Wahoo Bean. Okay, trying to adjust this. All right, there we go. Wahoo stream. I'm drawing some fan art for a webcomic called Bleating Heart. Bleeding like sheep. Bleating. With me in the Discord call is me, myself, and I. The three musketeers. The three amigos. Oh, someone says, leaving. Just making sure. Okay. Come on, man. Is that really the best way to do that? Yeah, it really just goes down there. That's so strange. Alright. So let's draw us a Phoenica. Bleating Heart is a webcomic by Flack Ops, who is a mutual of mine, and their webcomic also stars a trio of precocious little girls, and one of them is Big Feeny. This skunk girl is Big Phoenica energy, so I'm drawing them gossiping about boys together. Hi, Savvy. Are you gonna join me? I think I'm in a public space. Yeah, I'm in a public space. Can I guess what webcomic you've been into? Probably Clown Core or whatever it is, which sounds more like a music than a webcomic. I'm in JRPG. I'm just in the streaming chat. I should be. Yeah, whatever. This can be a little cartoonier. I don't care. It's Savvy.
It's me.
I'm back.
It's me, I'm back.
What is this from, Mother 3? I'm okay. Yes, it is Mother 3. Have I read Tinder Skitty? No. It sounds like Pokemon erotica.
Let's get some music on.
What are you up to, Savvy?
I'm hanging out with this cool guy called Jello.
Has anyone read Kill 6 Billion Demons? I've had it recommended to me before.
I tried reading Kill 6 Billion Demons. I still want to give it another shot. But man, I know that the intention in the beginning is to be like,
Is to kill
it's
6 billion demons.
Yeah, no. But also to like, it's kind of intentionally drops the character into like the world, and then like is dropping a bunch of nouns like on purpose to be like, this is very overwhelming, this is crazy, they're in a like insane situation, which works for a while. I think it went on a little too long, and there was a point when I was just like, this is the third situation we've entered where nothing has been explained. So I just need to give it another shot. But
yeah, I think that's a big problem with webcomics because they move so slow, but just because of what they are. That I think this is actually why I dropped Paranatural a million years ago, is because they'd be like, whoa, here's a little intrigue, but give you like no actual meat for years and years. And I'm sure it's like fine reading it now if I went back, but webcomics are a rough medium. What is this, like Shampoodle or something? Who's ready for me to not be good at art? Ugh. I sometimes get these like sharp electrical nerve spikes of pain in the bottom of my fucking feet. I don't know why. Ugh. And like I can't, it's not something you can like press down because it's the bottom of my fucking feet. So they're hard.
That might be a lower back issue. Depending, the body is weird and fucked up and interconnected when it comes to nerves, and like I have had times where I have gotten shooting pains in my fingers because a knot in the middle of my back was pressing against the wrong nerve.
It only happens when my like either I'm laying down usually. Okay.
Which you were doing right now while drawing.
Yeah, sorry.
The optimal drawing.
What are you doing? Don't do that. Are you? No? Okay. I don't want you to zoom the fuck out. Oh, that's weird. Don't do that.
Oh, that's strange. I see what that's doing. That's really odd.
It wasn't doing that like 5 minutes ago. Whatever. Fuck it. Just go back to my having a scroll bar. Like a real boy.
Preposterous. Your software has controls.
I am unfortunately a Photoshop boy until I die. I'm too used to it. I like it too much. Partially because I'm also like actually a graphic designer, so I do use it for like text.
Yeah. It's way better for that. CSP is really frustrating with its text editor is just basic. It's not particularly sophisticated unless you get like the I think the higher priced version has like more comic tools, and I think it's a little better there, but like yeah, Photoshop is just way better for doing like actual graphic design.
Yeah. Tell me if I'm crazy. I feel like you and I have had like an awkward latency between us the last couple of calls we've been in. I feel like I'm interrupting you all the time. Have you noticed that?
Yeah, I think that is happening again. I don't know what the fuck's going on with that.
This is another Earth
like
thing.
If I just do like a 3, 2, 1 countdown and you say now when I'm done, then that...
So like now in place, now in time with you hitting like 0 basically?
Yeah.
Okay, sure. Go for it.
So 3, 2, 1, now.
Now.
Yeah, that's like a second of delay on my end for you.
Weird. Oh, hey, Flack Ops is actually in chat. I'm gonna be drawing your bean. Flack Ops draws this comic. You can read it. Clover is my favorite character because she's Phoenica. Why is there beans emoji? Dude, the emojis there are and aren't are wild.
It's for all those times that you want to be like, yo, red kidney bean moment.
Yo, where my kiddos at? That's what I call people who love red kidney beans. This song is actually on my Clover playlist. I'm just listening to video game Valentine's Day song compilation.
Oh. I've actually been listening to a song on repeat today. That's a Valentine's Day song from Phantasy Star Online while I've been doing my VOD work.
That is not a game I would expect to have a Valentine's Day song.
It does. There's a Valentine's Day event where you get more experience the more people you play with, which is funny because it implies that you're in a polycule. Or that polycules are more powerful, I should say.
Mm. It's so funny that because, like, the epithet art style isn't my art style, I'm always like, I don't know how to draw this. How is your knights? Well armored. But tired.
Full plate.
The siege is wearing on them. Is Clover's tail allowed to be drawn down? Because it seems like you always draw it up. Like, I know it doesn't really matter. There's no rules, but, like, you know, are there rules? Ah, fuck. It's like I'm stepping on thumbtacks.
Oh, God.
What the hell is that emoji? Looks like one of those spiky piñatas. This Feeny is 1 inch thick. Oh, that sucks. I'm sorry, literally, Naven. Oh, Lovey's here. I have to impress Lovey because Lovey is like the Phoenica drawing pro. Oh, our tail's down in the newest page? Okay.
Oh, hell yeah, Stage Lights. Glad that you have started playing a very good game. Glad that my shouting out of Your Turn to Die has gotten at least one person onto it.
I think... Do you want to know what the comment on the Danganronpa videos that actually made me the most upset?
Sure.
Was the... It's kind of the inverse of what you just said, of the, like, yay, recommendation stuff, is, after, like, we had our usual, like, end thing discussion on stream, and people are like, I can't believe they're non-ironically having a falling out. We're like, you guys need to chill. and there are a bunch of comments. One person was like, yeah, I didn't like the energy so much that I bought the entire DR trilogy out of spite, Lamau. And I'm like, that you could be using your money to do good things. That could have gone to charity. Like, that's such a childish response.
It's, oh my, it's just petty. In, like, the shitty way. Not in the fun way.
Like, at the very least, you could have, like, spent some money on Tribe 9 or something. Because at least then it would have, like, I don't know. Money would have gone to Kadaka, but it would have shown, like, value in the thing that, like, literally the reason that Lenti was like, yeah, I want to pay more money for this. Because I'd like to work on more Tribe 9. But it doesn't seem like they're going to do it right now because, you know, it's not profitable. I don't know how to draw Phoenica. I like how natural. I was like, well, she's like turned this way, so in perspective, her cheek blush would be behind her head. Wait.
Sometimes, you know, your brain just thinks a bit too hard.
Oh, you know what joke I never got to do? Hang on. Wait, hang on.
Hanging on.
So, okay. I ended up cutting this joke, but in my old webcomic Cornucopia, which, will never be updated again, this character, Lily, was going to have, like, she kind of does have them here. She was going to have blush stickers, and she's, like, an inventor who does a bunch of, like, stupid inventions that are dumb and dangerous. I was gonna do a joke, like, 300 pages into the comic, where someone, like, points out, I wanted to give her blush stickers like Phoenica has. And I wanted someone to point out, like, oh, I thought you were embarrassed. She's like, no, why would I be embarrassed? It's like, well, you're blushing. You're literally always blushing. She's like, what? She's like, you're always blushing. And I wanted her to just reach onto her face and be like, these are rubber shock pads for when I'm working with electronics. And how long have I been wearing these? I didn't realize. And then I wanted her to peel them off of her face and they wouldn't be there anymore.
That is very fun. Also, hey, Aloha.
Hello.
Hi.
I'm just gathering stuff. Oh.
Her fucking the fucking scoliosis on this Feeny is fucked up. She's not gonna survive the winter, dude. Yeah, I think I decided it wasn't funny enough to justify having to fit blush stickers on her face and around her expression, which is fair, but I think it was a good joke.
I agree.
What are you up to, Aloha?
Not working.
You had a good you have a good hike?
No.
Oh, okay.
I didn't wear long socks, so the back of my shoes rubbed into and I started bleeding and I bled over my good shoes. So.
Oh, that sucks. Yeah, I literally.
I also ate mold earlier today.
Bro.
Like while accidentally eating fruit, or like on purpose, just to
it was on. Well, me and one of my roommates ate a bagel, and then my other roommate came in later and was like, so like those bagels, they had mold on them, and I was like, we just looked at each other and we're like, oh,
I guess we're the mold boys now.
Yeah.
So, fuck, I was gonna say something. It's gone.
Yeah,
It's
get that shit out of here.
It's gone. had a good talking with friends stream last night, and I immediately want to recreate that since I'm tomorrow I get to start full work on Epithet again, and that'll be nice.
Hell yeah.
But I wanted to like take today off, but also I woke up at 4, so it was like too late to, you know, do anything recreationally meaningful. So stream.
Here we are.
What?
Here we are again. No.
So I need to get confirmation because I found this hilarious, but apparently only I find this funny.
Okay.
I was in the call above us with those folks, and Nubby and Will both have coughs at the moment. And there was a confluence of sickness at one point, and both of them were coughing their fucking lungs out at the same time. And I immediately imagined a call of like 6 people where everyone is sick. And it's just all they're doing is coughing. And they just sent me. And is that not funny?
It's amusing.
That is conceptually funny, but to me is literally a nightmare. So
Understandable.
The idea of that makes me so upset.
Oh god, I need to like not think about what that would sound like too much because it legitimately gets me too giggly.
The strength of heart to face oneself has blah blah blah.
I'm more delighted by your delightment of it.
I don't know why it's tickling me. I really don't know why it's tickling me.
Tickling you is like some sort of cough.
The way you introduced that joke was very much like, it's like only I found it funny. So I like to imagine you were like, what if everyone was coughing Lamau and everyone just like dead silence, just like, do you think this is a joke to you? We're dying.
I mean, I was the only that was like, yeah, that would be strange or weird or whatever. And I was like laughing my fucking ass off. But I still am.
Got all these goddamn electric shocks all over my body. What is going on? Can't believe I've been drawing for 21 hours. You can't say stuff to me like that because sometimes YouTube will fuck up and a stream will just like, I'll wake up and a stream will have been going for like 4 days or something.
Yeah. Due to mold and then hiking and everything, I'm gonna wake up tomorrow and I'm gonna be inoperable.
Oh.
No. That's my friend.
I also ate the cheapest burger I could find.
Why'd you do that?
Christian described it of like, you know how in Halo 3 specifically, when the flood shows up, and then like the humans and then the brutes and like Covenant and stuff have to go work together to fight the flood. It's like that, but like white blood cells and molds versus the worst burger I could find.
Oh, I see. It was a counteractive measure.
Yeah, I like that the mold is on your team. Like the mold is like Vegeta, the season 1 antagonist. And it's like this hamburger is Frieza. We have to defeat it.
Pretty much, yeah.
I'm trying to learn how to cook fried rice because rice was not really part of my diet until really like last year. I just wasn't a ricey boy, so I'm learning it. And I'm getting the texture right, but I'm not using the right amount of oil. I'm also not a vegetable liker, so I gotta find more good shit to put in it besides rice and eggs.
Gyudon. Make some fucking beef bowls. Also, yeah, have you tried asking a shrimp? I see none of my jokes are appreciated today.
Oh no, I'm giggling.
You said that like Galcian. I see none of my jokes are appreciated today. All right, we can stop that. Stop it.
This is the second meeting in a row where no one has laughed at my jokes. What is going on? I've been practicing these for 3 years.
Now I'm going to start work on a really good speech. People are like, oh, Jill, are you going to do a Danganronpa edit? And like the disgusting part of my brain looks at the... I'm not gonna. Don't worry. The answer is no. It looks at the fucking... I never remember the name. Snicker Puffs, Snipper Clips edit. That's really good. I'm like, there's a lot of stuff in here. But at the same time, a third of me that is like the 30% of me that is like, you probably could. There's enough material in there. A third of that is like, yeah, but Snicker Puffs already did it. And some of those edits, you know that you would just have to redo that and make the same edit. And you'd be derivative at that point. I'm like, you're right. I would suck.
So chat.
Snicker Puffs edit is great.
So chat, hear me out. I told Jello this idea, and he told me to stop. But if I put it out in the public consciousness, it can't be fully stopped. I was like, if you ever run out of Danganronpa to do for donation goals, what you should do is an episode of Umineko for donation goal.
You gotta stop trying to make this happen.
I'm not like, dude. I'm just saying it would be motivating, I guess, for like the 3 people who've read Umineko.
Do you think Umineko fans have money?
I mean, I think there may be one wealthy Umineko fan who really, really fucking wants it, like it's their kink or something.
You're going for a niche market here.
Dude, that's how you live.
I guess.
I will be right back. I'm going to the toilet.
I'm not going to use it. I'm just going to check on it. I watched Oz play 1 hour of Umineko, and I literally can't imagine doing that voice acted.
You don't... Come on, man. It'll be funny. Come on, man.
Also, like, I'm a mid-sized streamer. I'm too big now to interact with Umineko. That's the rule. Like, Umineko has to stay a small thing that people go, no, it's so good. You have to check it out. And you're like, can I watch the anime? And they go, no. And they're right.
Yeah.
I'm totally beefing this pose. I gotta start over. Be like me, Lovey, and just accept that I haven't drawn in a while. And I'm fucking rusty and not good at it. So whatever the first pose that doesn't immediately make me want to vomit, that's the one I'm going for. Joseph Anderson played Umineko? Jesus.
Yeah, that's what, like, literally, yeah. I from what I understand of it, he started playing it as a joke, and then he was like, wait, this shit's kind of fire, though.
Look, I believe it's good. That's like, I fully believe it's a good game.
I know, it's just...
But it's Umineko, and it's written the way it is. I don't want to.
I'm glad for Joseph Anderson playing it, because my dash has just been filled with Umineko, and it's been wonderful.
Well, that's good. So for anyone who is not a patron, what are you doing? But I want to let you guys know, because I don't have like any artwork to promote this or anything, so there's not going to be a better time. People keep asking Yam, and especially me on Tumblr and stuff, like, what do you think of this opening? What do you think of this anime opening? And like, I think what we should do to like respond to those collectively, because the amount of times people are like, what, you know, Don would definitely be like top 10, right? And we're like, no. Had it come out in time, no. And people are like, what? Why? I'm like, well, I already answered this. So if you want, if you've got an opening where you're like, I'm sure this one's great, this one, if they must not have seen it because it's amazing, or yo, this opening sucks, and I want someone else to validate me thinking it sucks so I can go to my friends who are like, I love this opening, and be like, no, it sucks, you know, I don't know, out of spite or something. Next week, Amy and I are gonna do on Twitch a stream for user submitted openings, and we're gonna react to them blind and do our process, and you get to see that. And there is a submission instruction set for it on the Patreon, because I don't want the submission process to be public, because then we'll get too many. And you know, Aloha just got out of the mines and I'm throwing him back in, but I don't want to throw him back in that much.
I'm doing it right now. If you send Apothecary Diaries Season 2 OP1, I kill you, though.
Don't do that one.
5 of those. Don't worry, guys. We're good on Apothecary Season 2 OP1.
I also already talked about that one on Tumblr. You can still send it.
Okay. We got Dan. It's fine. I already put Witch Watch in there, chat. I know you're begging for it. I put Witch Watch before the 5 submissions asking for it. I know everyone will put it.
Yeah, I will say, I saw like one GIF of the Witch Watch opening, and I was like, yes, for real, that does look like, just based on that, and I want to I want to keep it a secret. Yeah. I want to react to it properly. I do think that looks like it could be on the list. So that will be a nice, like, yes, you guys did find one. Good job. Hooray. So I think that's why I wanted to do it, because it would have felt bad to just be like, no, everything you like is bad. And now that there actually is one, it's like, okay. But like, we're good. You don't need to submit it again.
Yeah.
This might be the thing that gets me to sub to the Patreon. It's only $1. I'm sorry, I did put it out to my first one. It's okay, Lovey. You get a pass. Because you're Lovey.
Wait, I'm about to get the Loveys. See it in the email list.
It's Witch Watch.
It's Witch Watch? Fuck.
And maybe other stuff.
Executed.
We got Lovey Gold. But when are we going to get Lovey Platinum?
Are you working on your stand-up routine? Like...
Yeah, hold on. Part of my stand-up routine is going to be 6 guys in a Discord call coughing.
Yeah.
That's not nothing. Look, Savvy, do you want to know why I didn't get into stand-up for real? Because I did it. I did it twice at in college, and I was good at it. And my friends who did stand-up, some of them who now do it professionally, are like, "You're good at that. You could totally do it." And I was like,
"But then you had to sit down."
Yes. Pretty much, because at a stand-up and an open mic, you have to go through so many, you have to go through an open mic, and you have to watch all the other people who aren't good, and that is unacceptable to me, because look, man, I was in the improv world, right? And you have to do that with improv, too. It's like, you get invited, and then, like, the home team, like, they're the like, closing act, and everyone else opens for them. And it's like 2 hours of usually bad improv. But with improv, it's like, hey, you had to make it up on the spot. Everybody has bad sets. Even the best improviser in the world doesn't kill it every night. And, you know, it's not prepared. But bad stand-up and bad sketch comedy especially, dude, you had time. You had time to make this good. I can't spend my life sitting in a dark venue that fits 30 people.
I get that. I do recall the times when I was doing improv, and like I really fucking feel you on the bad improv stuff, right? Because the group that I was temporarily part of, like, they very much did the wise thing of when they were actually performing, they were like, okay, we're gonna grab like 4 of us that we know are good and that we have seen does good stuff. But when we're doing but when we're not performing, we'll still have like regular meetups and everything, and anyone can just like show up to those if they want to. And those ones were tough to be at.
That is crazy to me. Every team I was on had an audition process, but like, you know, not everyone was as good as every other person.
That kind of was their audition process, was like, hey, this is just like a fun activity that people could do. You just come over, you know, people get to do improv, and then they would be like, oh, we noticed that these guys who showed up were like the good ones. You could come to an actual performance, right, with an audience. And
gotcha.
I was pleased. It's funny when, like, again, I'm not saying that I'm like a really good improviser, but I've gotten decent at it. I've gotten good at it. I know how to throw shit at the wall until something sticks.
Yeah.
And it is very gratifying and funny at the same time when you go up for your turn at like the, you know, like audition kind of group, and you start getting into it, and you see the moment where the guys in the front who make the decisions click and go, oh, this guy can improvise.
For like that improv, theater, and voice acting stuff, I cannot tell you, as a casting director, who's directed for both and cast for both stage and screen, the moment you are dead inside listening to auditions and you're just waiting for the one that like ignites a spark of life in you, makes you go, hang on, wait a minute. Though, at least if you're listening to auditions, especially digitally, you get to throw them away within 2 seconds.
Yeah, you're not in a room with them.
Flack Ops, if you're still here, how old are the babies in your comic, and about how tallish are they? Because Feeney's really tall, so I assume this is right, and she's 12. I'd imagine... I feel like they're younger. Like, are they... I don't know. I could see them being, like, 4th grade. Two months old and 5 inches tall. Thanks. I was gonna do performance art in college, but realized the anxiety would actually kill me. For some people, improv is a curative for anxiety, and for other people, it really straight up does make it worse. Like, there was a girl who, one of the teams I was on had like, they had like a team for each year, and it wasn't like, this is the freshman team, this is the sophomore team. It was, this is the team formed during like 2013. This is the 2014 team. And people would age out. But the team above my year had 4 girls in it. And one of them was just like way worse than the other two. And she was like freaking out and having like panic attack level issues after performances, and eventually she was like, oh, I don't really want to do this anymore because it makes me feel awful. And then she was like, I'm way happier now. And I bring this up because it's really weird. I bring this up because in that big Octopath Traveler thing I just did, in the Dancer's arc in the second game, there's this chapter which I think is like the boringest chapter in either game. I truly don't know what they were doing. You enter a new town and encounter this like troop of 4 comedy lesbians who are just like, we're the troop of smiles or whatever, and their cart's stuck in the mud and you help them out. And there's no boss fight or dungeon. The conflict is literally, they're like, oh, our troop leader, you meet her and she's like, we love spreading smiles and we've been doing this for a while. And it's like, great, I can't wait to watch you perform. And then you go to the stage and they're like, Agnia, it's terrible. Our troop leader forgot some of her lines in the performance. or not in the performance, before the performance, and she like had basically like a mental breakdown and ran away and is like, I'm never gonna act again. And then you have to go and find her, and your character is like, have you ever considered bucking up? And she's like, oh my god, I haven't. And I was sitting there like, I don't think this should be your job. If that is a thing that can happen to you, that's crazy, dude.
Yeah, no, the when it comes to performance and performing in front of people, it's not something that everyone can do. It is just one of those things of like, you may very well just hit that point where you realize, oh, I am just incapable of overcoming the stage fright. Like, the idea of looking silly, even intentionally, in front of other people is just too much for me. And that's like fine. it's not everybody's thing.
And it's not like, fuck, I totally had like a full 3-point thing I wanted to say and I lost all of it.
No problem. I suppose I'll just say, with me, I definitely had stage fright I had to overcome. I could not bring myself to raise my voice for a long time, and it was only by virtue of starting off in a choir in secondary school that I was able to start conquering that. But even then, like, let me tell you, I still distinctly remember the first time that I sang without backup, just myself on a stage, and it, like, it is scary. But once you've done it the first time, you generally will know or be able to tell immediately, like, do I think I'm going to be able to get better at this? Do I think this is going to be something that is easier for me in future? Because it's probably going to suck the first time, no matter what. But you'll get a sense pretty quickly, I think, if you come off that stage and you go, I'm glad I did that, or I'm glad I tried, you'll probably go back a second time and try again, and you'll probably be good after that. But
I remember the thing I was gonna say, which is, certain things are just like not for certain people, and that doesn't like speak to who they are, or even like frankly even their talent at that thing. Like, I know people who have played a lot of like TTRPGs and will even do like a really good job performing live or whatever, but then afterwards they'll be like, hey, I need to like break this down, or they won't be able to like separate themselves from the character they're playing, especially if it's like a streamed game, and it's like, oh, did people like my character enough, or did I fuck up? And it like literally can ruin their day or their week. And it's like, if that's happening for you, this is like something you shouldn't be, like, it's literally unhealthy for you, and that can just happen.
Yeah, and like, the crazy thing is, that has happened to me in the past, specifically when I was trying to run Getting Savvy. But that was primarily because I was trying to emulate Jello's style of GMing rather than just leaning into what I'm good
too good at it, baby. Let me tell you.
And I just don't know how you fucking did it, man. It is an unsustainable amount of work on every front. That shit killed me, man.
Yeah, I'm crazy, and everyone was always like, "This is what I have to do," and I went, "No, we did that out of necessity. We're not doing these long sessions for the fun of it. That fuck, dude."
No, it's a fucking lot, and like, I'm glad I did it. I'm glad I tried it. I'm never going back to it. But one thing which like really, I suppose, kind of stuck with me from that was the way that I would feel afterwards, which was just I wouldn't feel good. I would have a crash afterwards, and I'd just be like, God, I feel like I did awful that whole time, and I feel like no one enjoyed it, even though they were saying so. And I recently saw this post on Tumblr that was talking about the idea of like, emotions can switch on a dime no matter what their intensity is, but the intensity will remain the same, which is why you get like, when you come away from an event that you really enjoyed, your emotion meter will be at like 90%, and then you will switch from joy to anxiety or depression from like, oh no, it's over, but it will stay at 90%, and you are all of a sudden 90% sad as fuck, right? And that was very much what was happening with how I used to run stuff. I say how I used to run stuff when I was trying to be Jello. And since then, I'm now running games the way I like to run games. And let me tell you, I come out of those games and I go, that was great. I feel like I killed it. Let's do this again next week, you know? Which is how you should feel after a tabletop game.
You know what? This can be a little loosey-goosey. I don't care. I'm not submitting this to an art show. Who gives a shit?
Oh, we have to inform you that we have actually signed this up for an upcoming art show. We
it can't
wanted
be.
to surprise you at the end of the stream, but
It's
Surprise.
called rudely sorry. Joke lost. Joke fumbled. I'm kicked off stage.
Dark Souls text joke fumbled.
Joke fumbled.
Ugh. Yeah, it's gotta be longer if she's this tall. Otherwise, she'll fall over. That was the mold taking. That was the mold taking over Aloha's brain.
Yeah. Piloting me like Ratatouille.
But the mold's an ally. The mold will fight the hamburger.
For now.
Before the betrayal arc.
Oh.
Talking about fucking getting savvy has reminded me though. There is still that part of my brain that occasionally ignites and just goes, "Fuck, man." I would still really like to try putting something together with Jello. Like, we were on the precipice of doing a
Dude,
GM
let's do it
game
this week.
together.
Let's revive our weird little Scooby-Doo in a mind game or whatever it was.
Oh dear. That was ill-advised on my part because I just didn't know what I was doing. But I still would love to just put something together with you at some point because I feel like we would have a specific energy with our game.
I think we'd work well together.
But obviously there is many things going on. Ow. Like birds flying through the air.
Airbud.
And the worms in the ground.
Birds suddenly appear every time you get savvy. I saw that fucking dumb Twitter post and I saw a deer today and your friend's pervert art, and I was like, I have to.
Yep. It was accurate.
It was accurate. I've now read Bleeding Heart, and I was not expecting those vibes. Yeah, the vibe is that something real awful's gonna happen, isn't it? I like it. It's like watching the first couple episodes of like a season of True Detective. But like the art style is the Powerpuff Girls. When I saw the phrase pervert art, my first thought was savvy. I'm not gonna lie.
I'm glad I have a brand.
Fauna has death flags all over it. What do you mean?
What do you mean?
She's so normal. She's so normal, and also ignore the fact that Flack Ops draws adult versions of most of the cast, but never Fauna. What do you mean? Was that Savvy who did O'Deal in the Nikes, or was that someone else? O'Deal in the Nikes.
Shut the fuck up.
Maybe someone did O'Deal in Nikes, but I did O'Deal in Jordans. Thank you very much.
Put some respect on that name.
Check your fucking privilege.
Flag Ops,
yeah,
don't worry about that. Fucking Adrian energy. It's normal. It's normal. Don't worry about it.
Jordans are Nikes, but not all.
Not all Jordans.
All Jordans are Nikes, but not all Nikes are Jordans.
I know the answer. It's not necessarily on the SAT. That's what you need to put down.
Ugh. I bled on my Jordans today. My J's.
You don't have Jordans.
I have Jordans.
You have Jordans? Oh,
yo, what the fuck?
I thought they cost like a shit zillion dollars.
I get paid decently. Yeah. It costs like $200.
Okay, I'm gonna be real. That's actually way less than I thought it was.
It's not as much as you think. Obviously, there's like fucking limited edition butthole ones that are fucking 20,000 or some shit. But like there's this app called Sneakers, SNKR, and they release like limited like runs of like shoes and stuff that I have on my app. And so I just see them and I go like, ooh, this one looks nice. I've only bought one so far because I was like, I want new shoes before I move, right? Because yeah. No, I fucking love them. Let me see if I can find.
I mean, that is surprisingly, considering that they are like a name brand thing, that's surprisingly decent. I mean, fucking, that's not that much more than like a pair of Doc Martens, basically.
When I think of expensive, like, specialty name brand shoes, the first thing I think of are those horrible SpongeBob shoes from our Price is Right video that were $10,000. So, in my head, Jordans would be like $500.
Yeah.
But even like a good pair of like work boots or boots you can wear outside if you're like working out of doors are like 120, 150.
Mm-hmm.
So that's like about right.
Yeah, I also got some Tims.
Tim Hortons?
No.
That was
Timberland's Jello.
Okay, that was a real question. That was not a bit.
I figured that out after a few seconds, and I was like, no, Timberland boots. Yeah.
You're gonna be shocked by this, but really, not my department. in the
What do you
world.
mean? What do you mean? It's so clear that you are a fashionista at heart. You always be talking about fashion.
I like to think that I can recognize when someone is fashionable, but truly and deeply, I don't care about the presentation of my own body even a little bit. So, I mean, like, I shower every day. Like, I don't want to be disgusting, but, like, I don't care what I look like.
Yeah.
So, it's never been something that occupies brain space.
In the chat, I put what my shoes look like.
Oh, like this chat. I thought you were,
Yeah, no,
bragging.
like
Dude.
No.
Yo, the fucking dude, these look like adjacent to clown shoes. I'm into these.
I get what you're saying. Yeah.
No, these could pair really cool with certain outfits. That's such a funny. You're right.
You're right. They're dope though.
They're pretty cool.
Yeah.
God, that's funny.
Can we see them? No, chat.
I heard you
Oh, you showed them? Okay, cool.
very briefly. One frame. Can you see
One
the
frame.
shoes?
You're gonna have to use comma and full stop to see it.
Full stop.
Sorry, I'm British, okay?
I apologize for making fun of your nationality. Stop. What do you call a sincere compliment that's also a sick burn? Devastating. That's good. The Aloha needs someone to humble him. I feel like he destroys me.
What?
frequently.
Oh, it destroys you. You just want revenge. That's not...
I think someone needs to humble Aloha.
You're still mad about the bronze thing?
I'm not mad. It was really funny.
Top 10 gaming moments.
It was really fucking funny. It was the immediacy with which you said it that will stick in my head forever. It was almost an auto response from you, was how fast it felt.
Emails allowed, Witch Watch opening 18 more times. Blech.
I don't know if I am capable of humbling Aloha, but I do feel like if Aloha and I did some kind of like a joint stream or project together, I feel like it'd be chill as fuck. But also like dumb, stupid energy.
Yeah.
There's a lot of Fire Emblem music on this. When I think Valentine's Day, I think Fire Emblem. Because I'm single.
Shut up.
Someone needs to humble this guy.
Someone needs to humble this fucking guy.
Yeah, you would join your clown shoes.
I remember I literally told Lenti in advance that I was gonna break up with Jay because so much of Lenti's humor on stream was calling me Johnny 2 partners, and I was like, you need to get a new bit. I'm warning you in advance.
During a breakup and being like, sorry, I have to inform my friend that that a core pin in their humor has to be removed and replaced.
Look,
that is the main concern.
I didn't want her to be on a stream with me and do a bit, and then I'd be like, actually, we just broke up. Like, you know, like,
honestly, that would be a power move.
That would have been funny as fuck, though. You know.
That literally real Yu-Gi-Oh trap card moment of just like waiting for it, right?
I don't like doing that kind of shit to my friends. It feels mean.
Just never have friends.
Oh, I was about to do a really mean joke.
I don't.
Do it. As long as it's mean to other people and not yourself, then feel free.
He left.
Whoa.
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 I'm never gonna get over that being the one thing that triggered the visual copyright. That's insulting. Like,
Dude. They were like, you know what? Black Clover's too good for you.
it's like, yeah, it's like, okay, who do you think you are, Black Clover, first of all? You could use
fucking
the
anime of the
exposure,
year
Frank.
over here, bro. Yeah, like really, dude.
Yeah. And then it's like, you're not allowed to play Blend S's some like opening. That one's copyrighted. It's like, oh, I'm sorry. Blend S? What band did this? Oh, just the voice actors from Blend S? Yeah, sorry, I
got tired of people using the Snoop Dogg version, huh?
That's lame as hell. That's the lamest thing on earth. It's like when Bloober Team remade Layers of Fear and took out the baby. It's like you had the opportunity to be the funniest fucking guys and be like, haha, isn't this silly? It's the reason you know about this game. And they were like, no, our serious video game. And it's like, all right. Lame.
Lame.
She-
So chat, how are you celebrating Homestuck Day, chat?
Aloha says, wearing a record on his shirt.
No! This is not the kind of humbling I want!
Oh, I technically unintentionally celebrated Homestuck Day today because I actually I put my hair into loose, like not ponytails where it's like tied up at my head, but ponytails where it's tied up like loosely and left like, you know, whatever, which is the same hairstyle that one of my Homestuck OCs wears. So
Yeah.
there you go.
Lovey Gold, I'm celebrating Neil banging out the Tunes Day. Honestly, that's fair, man.
Yeah, that's been my main one. I've been reblogging a shit ton of Neil art.
Yeah.
I think the real reason that people should dislike me and want to cancel me is because for all that, like, all those, like, you know, today is like Neil Day or whatever, or like it's almost Christmas and it's not Christmas, like everyone just posts the thing on Tumblr. I'm like a fun-hating jackass for all of those. That's like one of my worst features as a human, is I don't like any of those. You know,
Bro
that one...
hates Energy Sword Sunday, bro.
I actually hate all of those, like for real.
Bro never celebrated Fingers in His Ass Sunday.
I didn't.
Oh man,
I don't
It
like it.
shows.
I don't like any of them. I'm sorry. I'm a mean curmudgeon, and that's just who I am. That's on brand for you. Wrong though. Like, no disrespect to Neil.
He's been banging out the tunes, Jello, and you don't fucking appreciate it.
It's not it has nothing to do with Neil specifically. It's just like the yearly, like, this is what we do traditions. I've just never liked any of them. You know, another one that
Christmas, fucking hate it.
Vixen appears. What the fuck did you say? What the fuck? No, a real one. You know that post that's like, people who celebrate fictional birthdays are annoying, pass it on. Fuck this post and happy birthday. And then someone's always like, Sonic the Hedgehog. Like, it was literally Naven's birthday apparently, and someone did that. Did that edit. I'm the guy in the first post. I'm like, I don't get it. I don't understand.
Dude, Jello, you're just Scrooge, bro.
I am. But I'm owning it. I'm letting you all know.
I'm owning being screwed.
I'm
Dude,
McDuck.
Dude, this is why Vixen and Jello are always having a falling out. It's the Scrooge dynamic.
Oh my god.
God, you know what?
No, I don't.
You know what? Yam reminded me of yesterday was that one picture of Vixen dressed up like the cartoon rich kid as a child. Have you guys seen that?
Yeah.
I've never seen it, but I can imagine it.
Oh, it's incredible. She's got, like, I don't know if you're watching the stream. So she's in Santa's lap at like a rich upscale department store or some shit. And she's wearing like the little, like, I'm a villain in a movie where the main character is a dog. Ass. Like,
Yeah, like the only thing that can make it like even better is if she was holding like a swirly lollipop, you know?
No, she's not.
Oh yeah.
It's like literally one step short of that is how on point it is.
Yeah. Dude doesn't even celebrate his own green apple flavored OC's birthday. Terrible father. What probably happened is someone was like, "When's Damon's birthday?" And Jello reached into his back pocket and saw like the numbers that the lint made and was like, this day.
No, so what happened is I needed to promote epithet stuff. Someone's editing me.
Oh,
Are they
yeah.
yelling at me? Oh no, okay, it's not a big deal.
Flack Ups Giovanni!
It is a big deal.
It was a big deal. I was looking at I got messaged by 2 people. The DM is an enormous deal. This is earth-shattering. This matters so much.
Oh my god, look at them. Cute.
You really could put a Phoenica underneath a box and catch me. It's like you could trap me with this image so easily. every single time a lot of Molly drawings too, I'm just like, oh, a Molly! I get disproportionately happy about it.
Bro is susceptible to trick theory.
Trick
theory sounds like some stupid name for something that shouldn't have, like, should just have a basic name that becomes the topic of, like, Twitter discourse for 2 years. Do you know what I mean?
Trick theory sounds like an anime opening.
So trick theory is a coup bit. It's just chatting shit while like playing a fucking, I think it's Silent Hill, and then later on a fucking dinosaur like horror game or whatever. When one of his friends is like, the only reason humans became intelligent is because our ancestors learned how to trick other animals.
That's pretty much true, yeah.
God, trick theory.
Ew, the dear girl's mom is doing beauty pageants? Yeah. It's about the negative influence of that kind of home they're in, among other things. Flack Ops does cool stuff. Flack Ops also drew a Molly once that I don't want to dig up, but it's a really good Molly. I'm a fool because I don't save fan art. I just like tag it and I'm like, I'll get it later, and like I never do. I sometimes, if someone sends me like an animation over Discord, I will save it.
Whoever runs, yeah, go on.
Go ahead.
Whoever runs those children like pageants is fucking making massive bank, right? Like, because my niece does them because my sister is awful, and like it's this thing of like the amount of money, right? Like you put in. It basically like guarantees how many awards your kid will win, right? So it's not even like a real thing. It's just you put in money and then it's just like your kid will probably win like 3 awards based off the money you put in, right?
Guys, you know you can just go to the trophy store and buy trophies, right? Like they actually have trophy stores.
Yeah, I know, but it's just like, you know, shit's wild. About how like fake it is and how much it's just like someone's like just grinding money off of like these like moms who want their daughters to be winners because they want to like live through them vicariously, you know?
I mean, can we be like a little real for a second? That's like what a lot of like high school football is too.
Oh yeah.
Like I had a hardcore uncle who was like dreams never realized, living his life through his who's 2 young kids, and it was pretty miserable to watch.
So where I lived was really big on high school football. Like a lot of my teachers who were also coaches like won like the Super Bowl and had like Super Bowl rings and shit.
Really?
And like the money made from football funded every other school activity.
Why were they where you lived if they won the Super Bowl?
Dude, you gotta imagine how many people win the Super Bowl, right? Because like everyone on the team gets a ring, right?
That's
so
true,
it's just like
that's true.
Like where else do they have to go except for there's 50 states, right? There's one school in that state that is probably the best at football, right? And if it's not already dominated by a bunch of Super Bowl coaches, Super Bowl ring coaches, you gotta find something, right? So it's like a 1 out of 50 chance, right?
That's crazy to me. All right, yeah, no, fair enough.
Yeah.
Who did people in your school play against? The Tumbleweeds? There's nothing out
I mean,
there.
they played against like, they played against like just like statewide.
Okay.
We won like state championships and stuff.
In all fairness, I'm not confident that I could outrun a tumbleweed.
You know, same. I mean, like, that's like saying you can outrun the wind, right? If you really think about it.
I'm not fucking...
Usain Bolt?
No, hold on.
Yeah?
Garuda.
Alive.
There we go.
Garuda. I was like real life reference, and you're like, no, Zelda. You see?
Zelda.
Final Fantasy.
Final Fantasy.
Oh,
Right.
Final Fantasy. Sorry, I heard Garuda. Isn't that the like ball
Yeah, you're
people
thinking of
from
Gerudo, which is
Gerudo? Yeah,
that's what Ganondorf is.
Tumbleweeds are actually terrifying. Maybe to you, but I'm built different. I can handle it.
Aloha's built for football.
I ate mold. I'm not built for football.
I am built for football, and people would be like, "You're big and ugly. Do you want to play football?" And I was like, "Fuck off, no."
You're big and ugly.
I mean, like, pretty much, dude.
I, for a time, was getting into rugby when I was a teen.
Rugby's hype though.
It is. However, there was one comment that the coach made which put me off of it pretty immediately. Which was, I was like, we were getting into it, we were talking, and talking to my mum and everything, and they were like, "Oh yeah, you got a pretty handsome face, but you won't for long." And I was just like, I don't want to find out what that means.
That's so real though. That's rugby though.
Yeah. I was just like, no,
It's true.
thank you.
Like every sport is so much fucking better than American football. American football is fucking awful. I hate it. It's terrible.
Hey, now, baseball also sucks.
No, baseball sucks for like different reasons. Dude, I here's my baseball rant. Okay.
Okay.
Baseball is filled with fake honor bullshit, right? Where
Okay.
it's this thing of where in baseball you're not really allowed to beat the other team super hard, right? It is like an honor bound kind of rule, and if you do that, the enemy team will actually start throwing pitches into your body. Like that is an actual thing that will happen, right? It's just like if you can hit a grand slam and you're already up, people go, don't do it. It's not the correct thing to do, right? And if you do it, you'll just get fucking beat the shit out of. Another example is everyone in football is cheating. Every single fucking one of them. And it's just a competition of see who can cheat like better. Like baseball is fucking just insane.
Yeah.
Like it's
You gotta echo whoever, probably Aram if you just joined.
Aram!
Me, the usual suspect for this fuckery.
Aram, put your headphones on before joining the call.
I forget I do.
I forget.
I've watched so many like videos on baseball and how bullshit that like everything is with it. Like
I know Tribe 9's crazy.
I was at the game where this means, God, this is the most like early 2000 sentence. I was at the game where Sammy Sosa, who is like the big guy on the Chicago Cubs, his bat snapped in half because he hit it so hard, and they found cork in it, which is like a cheating mechanism. And I was at that game when that happened, and they delayed shit for like an hour while they were like, "What do we do? What, this guy fucking cheating?" And he was like, "No, I didn't put that there. I don't know how it got there." It's like, what do you mean?
They're like all on steroids. Like they all like every pitcher has like goop in their back pocket so they can curve the ball at higher speeds. Like, and it's so because it's so funny whenever they're checked, right? Whenever there's like, oh, there's gonna be a check for like enhancements, everyone performs worse. Everyone just suddenly starts performing worse. And it's just like because everyone is cheating, everyone is on drugs and all this other stuff, and yet they're gonna go, don't beat us too hard or we're gonna be mad. It's like, shut the fuck up, dude. Like,
I mean, there's literally a mercy rule in baseball, right? Where if you're up 10 runs and they don't bridge that gap at all by the end of the next inning, the game just ends because they're like, this is boring.
good. Maybe be better.
I don't know how that got there. Sammy Sosa, you're the guy.
You're the guy.
You're the guy.
You put it there. Yeah. Baseball is like tremendously boring sport, but frankly, amazing aesthetic. Like to be at a baseball stadium, especially an old one, it's like being at a boardwalk or something. It's kind of fun, but yeah, the sport sucks.
Mm-hmm.
Bases ball.
Like the goo I'm talking about, they use like pine tar or like other substances like it so they can grip the ball like better, so they can like put like some intense spin on it to make it like even harder to hit. It's like, yeah, it's crazy.
There's also I remember watching a video which was talking about there is a specific mud from a specific river that is a standardized thing that they just roll all of the balls in, because it was discovered a while back that there is a genuine like benefit to pitching balls that are covered in that specific mud. And they were like,
What's the benefit?
well, it's like,
Mud.
God, what was it? It's
stinky.
because of the grip. It's like it's a more grippy, like you could grip it better, and so you have a better and more consistent ability to get it to do the thing you want. And so everyone in baseball was just like, well, we want the balls with the mud on it. And then everyone else started rubbing their balls in mud. And they were like, this mud doesn't do the same thing, and it doesn't make me better at the sport like
It's
that
probably
other
like
mud
minerals
does.
and shit. Yeah.
And then so the one guy who was just like, I know the river.
I've got
that
the
has
secret
the mud.
mud.
He was like, I'm gonna start selling buckets of mud at like $50 a bucket.
I know
This-
the
like,
river. To
this-
wings,
only
brothers, keep
I
up
know.
with me if you can.
This is some Gwyneth Paltrow's goop shit. This is bizarre to me.
Like, there's so many sports just has so much weird shit in it, right? And just for like other people to know, like, why does gripping the baseball like actually make a difference? Is if you're throwing a curveball, you need to like fucking spin the ball at a rapid speed. So the better you can grip it, the faster you can spin it, and the more insane it can get, right? Do you guys know about the basketball mask?
I don't know anything about anything.
So basically, in the NBA, a basketball player broke their nose, and so there's a specific mask that you wear to be able to play, and while your nose is recovering. It's supposed to protect the nose and everything. But whenever a player wore the mask, they dominated. They absolutely just destroy everyone. And you can look this up. There are stats on this and everything. Like it happened to LeBron, and LeBron went like fucking crazy. And so many like basketball players like break their nose on accident, and then when they put on that mask, they just fucking went ape shit.
Do they
Right?
start talking like Jim Carrey? What happens?
It's I don't know, man. Like fucking.
The fact that you don't have an explanation for me upsets
No one
me.
does.
I need
no
to
one
know why
does.
that works.
It shouldn't. That's the thing. It's
This-
like, I don't know if it's a psychology thing
By all
or
laws of
what.
physics,
But like,
bees
here's
should
like,
not be.
here's LeBron wearing the mask, right?
Not
For
not
example.
only is this a Goosebumps plot, but it's a Goosebumps plot that definitely happens to like a kid playing like high school baseball. Not like
This
like
is like
LeBron
NBA
Full
shit.
basketball mask.
Bro rolling up looking like he's some fucking villain in a Marvel
And dude,
story.
the mask looks insane because he got a custom like carbon fiber one made. He got a custom one made, and then they were like, "Actually, you can't do that."
Okay, so do you see when Vix and I were talking about how Tribe 9 is kind of disappointing? Like, this is the kind of shit that, like, if I were, I don't know, magically assigned to chat, look at this shit. If I were magically assigned to write a sports anime, this is the shit you look for in real life, and then you write entire character. Like, this is my main antagonist's look right here. You give him the mask, and it's like, he broke his nose every season on purpose for 5 years, and he's never been beaten in that whole time. They don't know what it looks like under the mask. He's the broken nose.
That's so good.
It's the thing, dude. It's just there's so much crazy shit in sports like this, right? And it's just like, if you're making a sports anime or something, like you gotta hear these crazy ass stories, right?
Like, oh my, did you fucking hear about there was a baseball bat an orange baseball bat, which became like it eventually got banned, but it was like well known for being like literally like broken as fuck in regards to being able to hit home runs and shit. But it was specifically in a way where it couldn't be detected by people who test baseball bats to see if they are too good or not. If you used them for long enough, eventually they would become bats that could hit home runs consistently. Because of like the specific way that they constructed it with the plastics inside, over time you would compress the fibers into each other into a material that would bounce back a specific way, but only if you hit like fucking thousands and thousands and thousands of balls with it.
It's so fucking crazy, dude.
I gotta
That's-
level
that's
up my
a-
baseball bat. I'm
There's
grinding.
there's a Dark Souls
Literally.
2 weapon like that.
Yeah, straight up. It was fucking crazy.
That is just... Yeah, I don't know. It's fun. The world is so silly. It's like genuinely one of the reasons I'm always so disappointed when I'm like engaging with fiction and it's boring, or like it's like, oh, this isn't how like a culture would react to this moment or whatever. It's like you haven't read enough. The reason it makes me sad is because like researching shit for projects and really getting into the nitty-gritty is so fun. Like, okay, I was last year I got really into playing Fallout New Vegas, and I spent a bunch of time working on this like Fallout inspired game, and I had like grabbed like game flowchart maps and stuff, and I was writing like quest trees and shit, because this is the kind of crap. Whoa, hang on, it's screaming at me. Don't show me that. Play. There we go. Anyway, because that's the kind of stuff I do in my free time. And what I ended up looking into something, and I was like, I really love the idea of like a coin mint dungeon, or I like the history of money. And this is exactly in the time period where people would be trying to reinvent currency, because everyone remembered it existing, but like, you know, in the post-apocalypse, what's the point of paper money? It's not useful. It's not backed by anything. So I was like, I want to write a quest about that. And it takes place in southern central Colorado. And I was like, what? I want to read about like the production of gold mining, because Colorado also had its own gold rush. And I was like, is there a gold mine here? Would this make sense? This is based on a real location. And I did a fuck ton of research and found so many fun gold stories. I ended up reading through museum documents about like, you know how the US has several coin mints? There's one in like Pennsylvania and all over the place. There's like 4, I think. And if you look on, say you got a quarter or something, it's been a long time since I've been into numeristics, I think is what coin collecting is called, and the study of coins. But they'll have a tiny little letter, and it'll be like, see, this one's made in Connecticut, which I don't think is an actual mint. This one's P, it's from Philadelphia. And there's a Denver mint. And apparently the Denver Mint is just a really successful, like, weird little gold exchange that some guys made because it was so annoying to cart gold back from the Colorado gold rush. And they were just like, we'll do it for you. Give us your gold and we'll give you money. And they did such a good job for so long. The US government went, we're buying you and making you the government, which I think is really funny. I was trying to see if there was like a stash of those old coins, pirate doubloon style, if that would be realistic. And yes, and I found actual newspaper articles from like the 1800s being like, cartoon shootout with outlaws at the mine today. And they were fucking phenomenal. It's so fun to do your own research. I was just talking about the Colorado Coal Wars last night. This is why I was reading about them. And yeah, do your own research. It's like, it's a delight. It really does feel like a treasure hunt. And then you get dumb stories like the magic bats that the more you use them, the more legendarily powerful they become.
Yeah, just looking into something, just getting like a brief moment of like, the next time that you think, huh, that's kind of odd, or huh, that seems like it has like something else going on, or even just wondering, does this have something else going on? Just like indulge in that. Just do a deep dive, even if it's something stupid. I did a deep dive into thistles at one point because I have an OC who I very much heavily associate with thistles.
Savvy
And so
always be talking about thistles when we're hanging out.
They are my favorite flower. I like thistles a lot because I researched them to death.
Okay. Yeah. Researching stuff is fun. Did a lot of research on. I was trying to figure out trying to learn how glass is made and what the most low tech way you could make like clear window glass was, and it's pretty much impossible. It would not be a thing because you need such a mixture of like the sand and silt that you're doing, and such high firing speeds or firing temperatures.
Yeah, the temperature that sand transforms into glass is like fucking insane. It's like thousands of centigrade, I think.
I love it. Glass is the best material. I love glass.
Glass is cool.
Just like Piff.
Just like, yeah, I was gonna say don't let Piff hear you do that. Whoa. Something someone said about thistles in chat reminded me of when we were reading Dungeon Meshi, and I was reading the official translation and other people were reading the non-official one, and they named the villain Sissel in the normal one, but his name was definitely supposed to be Thistle, and it just so happened the fanlations picked up on that and did it correctly, and like the Viz didn't. I think it was Viz. It's always Viz. And it gets to this point in the manga where someone's talking about like giving Thistle his name, and basically what it is, oh, we're naming you after the color of this part of the thistle plant because that's the color of your eyes. And so they like just had to awkwardly be like, we're naming you this because it's like the thistle plant, so we wanted a name that sounds like thistle. And I was just like, in real time, I bet there was a moment where the localizers were going, fuck. And I thought that,
oh no.
oh, I'm dying. What are you up to, Aram? What have you been doing today?
Oh,
Pretty good.
Some errands, just playing some games. I made chili.
Yo.
Because I discovered as I was trying to continue whittling down some of the old stuff left by my previous roommates in the pantry, there was a packet of chili seasoning, and I was like, oh, that's why there's also these 2 cans of pinto beans, or kidney beans, and these 2 cans of diced tomato. So I was like, you know, if I have all of these, I might as well just buy a little ground beef and do this. And so I did.
I can't believe it's come up, but chat, red kidney bean moment. Can I see some beans in chat?
That is somehow true, yeah. Red kidney bean moment. Were they red, Aram?
They were pretty red, yeah.
Okay.
Sort of a dark red. I don't know my beans, but yeah. It came out pretty good. Next time I can be bolder with the garlic, and also I tried to do a little bit of cinnamon and nutmeg to add that dimension to the flavor profile, and I didn't. I was very cautious because I was like, if I do too much of this, it could become inedible. So I was very light, and I couldn't really taste it in the final product. So I'm gonna try more of that next time.
Christian,
go ahead.
Christian puts dark chocolate in it.
Oh yeah. That's yeah. It needed a little more of a sweet dimension than it had. It was fine. It needed that, and then it needed either chopped bell pepper or paprika to try and get that flavor as well. But yeah, no, it still came out pretty good.
Yeah, I would recommend not with the things Aloha just suggested. You have to do one or the other, but Amy does a really good, like, beef sauce for noodles that's excellent, and she puts aniseed in it, which gives it, like, a little bit of tang.
No, yeah. I haven't worked with aniseed itself, but I've used
love aniseed.
star anise plenty of times for not for savory stuff, but in I put a little bit in my gingerbread mix when I'm doing ginger cookies.
I will say you will be surprised how much like cinnamon and what was the other one you were using? Cinnamon and
A little bit of nutmeg.
Nutmeg, yeah. You'd be surprised at how much you can put into a chili and it still be really good and taste good and, you know, not ruin it. Spices are one of those things that I think a lot of people understandably can be a little bit like, ooh, I don't want to like overdo it, but like in my experience, you could just kind of be like, oh, whatever.
It is hard to overspice something.
I'd rather overdo it than underdo it, you know?
That too, yeah. Also, Aram, when will you ever learn? You said you wanted more garlic on it. You're Tom Laughlin. You always want like 10 times the garlic. You're a garlicky boy.
Nowadays, though, I have to pay mine to the trade-off of heavily garlicking a lot of food does contribute to my heartburn buildup if I'm not careful. And onions and tomatoes and a lot of the other things in the chili I knew were going to do that anyway, so I was like, also, I didn't know what was in the chili spice packet. Literally, the ingredients list is like cumin, other spices. I'm like, thanks,
yeah, they
guys.
do that.
So I figured this is probably white person safe chili, so they probably didn't go too crazy in any direction, but I didn't want to go really, really heavy with my own spices when I didn't know what was in theirs yet.
Understandable.
I usually, when I just open a pack, I'd never get pre-mixed packets of stuff, actually, because in my experience, packets, weirdly awful. Like, weirdly no flavor, very watery, kind of gross if you follow them to their instructions. But I always just go by smell. I'm like, I don't know what this is. Sniffs it. Okay.
No, I am similarly someone who has just fuck tons of spices constantly. I am very happy with the fact that I know how to cook pretty well. And no, it is every time that I have used some kind of packet, it has been severely underwhelming compared to me just being like, I'll just improv this. Where was I going with this? Right. Sometimes I've noticed, though, there is like a handful of things in cooking where just buy the pre-made shit, and one of them is like, just get the fucking mac and cheese like sauce stuff. Just get that in a packet. It's just better.
Oh, Aaron, what's your opinion on that, mac and cheese lord?
I mean, it depends on the brand.
My brand.
I usually am too lazy to even do the ones that come with a packet and then you put in like milk and butter. I usually just do the ones that are just cook the noodles and then put this goo with preservative in it on it. Yeah, honestly, I think if you buy the right brands, box mac and cheese can be pretty good. And if you buy the wrong brands, it will never be more than mediocre. But you know, people, you gotta learn what's out there. You gotta
live your truth.
You can do a surprising amount of work by just sprucing up some pre-made shit. Because for me, I now keep just one of those like tubs of like the dried fucking mac and cheese like mixture things, so you can just put it, like you said, into like butter and milk. And I'll do that, and then I'll grate in like 2 or 3 different cheeses that I'm a fan of to make it thicker and more flavorful. And that alone is just like, yep, that's like 50% better immediately. There's a lot of shit like that with cooking where it's just get the thing which is pre-made, add a little something, and then it's good.
I miss that. I went to this like spice. I think it's just called the Spice Exchange. It's a chain. And they had this spice called Pirate's Bite, which I would just put on pizza. And I eat a lot when I eat, and I eat very, very quickly. So I will often just use spice as a physical deterrent so I do not plow through something I really enjoy. It's one of the reasons I really like jalapeno on pizza, because it means, hey, asshole, you need to wait a couple minutes between each slice. You can't walk over and be like, I'll just have one.
Yeah.
Where did my pizza go? And Pirate's Bite was like, it was like every kind of pepper. I bet I can look at, hang on, let me see what's in it. Pirate's Bite spice. Now that I live in Canada, everything's like a fucking $25 shipping fee just by itself. What do you got?
I'll smuggle some across the border for you.
Pinterest. Shut up. This is important to me. I want to know what it is. Spice and tea exchange. That's it. Spice and tea exchange. Also, like, it looks good. Like, this is the okay. I don't care about that. This is the this is their promo image of it.
Oh,
It
that's
fucking,
red AF.
It's good. It's like a little pepper grinder, and you just put it on pizza, and it gives it. If anyone is from like Chicagoland, the stuff that like, what is it, Giardinera is trying to do on pizza that I don't think it does that well because it's too fucking wet. Pirate's Bite is like a dry version of that and more intense. It makes it spicy.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. That looks like it fucks hard, and I kind of want to try some.
It's good.
I'm also a spice freak, so
I am too.
yeah.
I fucking love spice. Like, literally.
Yeah.
Okay, so looking at like my like old woman self energy is I love candles. I love spice. So I love going into stores and like from the same place. Just like stuff that looks like that. Like I love how they package these too. It feels like little tinctures and shit that you just get to have on your shelf. I like bottles. Yeah. What is in Pirate's Bite? I know I've been able to look this up before because I was wondering if I could make it for myself.
I need to find some pet safe candles.
Yeah.
So I can enjoy candles again.
Yeah. Pizza casseroles. Okay. It is bird's eye chili, chipotle cayenne, datil habanero, and scotch bonnet peppers.
That sounds good.
Sheesh.
I have to be careful now because Amy has negative spice tolerance, so I can't go crazy. And if I go crazy, she can't eat it, and that makes me sad.
Official call. I'm a big girl. You know I was shit talking you, cat? You heard me shit talking you? Yeah.
One of so I'm a spice freak to a point where like I have built up a tolerance that is kind of unreal. But only to like South American chili, which is distinctly different from East Asian chili, the kind of stuff you find in Thailand. So when it comes to like South American chilies, so anything that's been like essentially brought over to, you know, America or Europe or anything like that, anything that's like bird's eye or Scotch bonnet or anything of the sort, I can just fucking I just taste it. There is like no spice reaction from me anymore, which is fantastic because it means I get to enjoy really spicy dishes for just how they taste. And as a result, I kind of like when I get to have the spice reaction again because it's fun and it's something I don't get to experience much anymore. So one of my favorite dishes recently was we went to a Thai food festival with my friend who is Thai. And we went up to one of the stands to get a papaya salad, which is done with like fish sauce and all of this other stuff. And like the whole station there was just people with these big ass fucking papayas just chopping away at them the whole time. And I was like, hey, can I get that salad? And can you make it authentically spicy, please. And as I was expecting, which is why I brought my Thai friend with me, they didn't ask me, are you sure? They looked at her and asked her, is he kidding? And she was like, give him the actual spice. And I was like, yes, the authentic. And oh my god, that shit fucked so hard. I keep thinking about it, and I can't get access to it because it was like a fucking one-time pop-up thing for a day.
God,
and
that sucks.
I want it again so bad.
Reminds me of a Simpsons joke I saw in my related videos that I'd never seen before that's been kind of living in my head, which is just, it was like a compilation of, like, Principal Skinner is a Vietnam vet and, like, getting...
Oh,
like,
I already know what you're going to say, but you tell it.
Yeah, getting, like... doing a bit where he would randomly be like, I remember this happened in Nam, or Nam, or whatever, and he would, like, turn, and no matter where he is, like... the blind lighting will be on his face, and he'll be like, that's right, I can't fucking believe it. And one of them is, he's like, I was in a POW camp for years, fed nothing but a gruel made up of fish, 4 different kinds of rice. And he, like, starts describing it, and it's like, that sounds really good. And then he just ends with, like, he's like, 5 different kinds of rice. I tried to recreate it in the States, but they just can't get the spices right, sir. Oh, what? Yep, sorry. And the idea of being fed so well in a prisoner camp, and you're like, nothing compares, is like so funny, actually.
Yeah. It's a great bait and switch in his delivery to this. I spent the next 3 years in a POW camp, forced to subsist only on a thin stew made of fish, prawns, coconut milk, and 4 kinds of rice. I came close to madness trying to find it here in the States, but they just can't get the spices right.
I literally, when you were like, I'll let you tell it, I was like, I honestly should. I'm sure Aram has it fucking memorized and will do it way more justice. And that instinct was correct. I should have listened to it.
I have to rein myself in, or else when someone's like, oh, there's this great Simpsons bit, I'll just be like, immediately runs you over in the conversation. I am talking now. You're not telling it right. It goes like this.
Hang on, let me see what my friend is DMing me. Oh, this is
I'm not DMing you anything.
My one friend, Aloha.
Yeah.
My favorite Simpsons joke remains release a hound.
It's not one I think about like a lot, but it's one that when I first encountered it really stuck with me. There's an episode where I don't remember if this even happens on screen or not, but like very briefly Mo ends up like he's like got this like flying device. It's like one of those like propeller fan swamp boat things, but it's on his back and it's going up, so he's like floating around with a parachute. And it at the end of the episode, out of nowhere, like after he hasn't mattered, Mo just like saves them from quicksand or some kind of predicament, and they're like, Mo, thank you for saving us. And he's just like, yeah, no problem. And they're like, what are you doing here? He's like, I got other people to save. And it cuts to the credits, and they're just a still montage of him like all around the world saving people from increasingly preposterous positions. And like this like quiet, sad Barbara Streisand music is playing. It really gets me.
I remember that one. It's very good.
As for who saved them, oh, let's say Mo.
Oh, let's say Mo.
Just who cares? This is very funny. What about the gravedigger who was followed home by a vengeful skeleton?
Ah, bones. Ah.
Yeah. Whoa! Like the way he's like not even that. He's like,
Yeah.
whoa. Really?
Ah.
God, the bits about like the fucking truth. I always forget the name of the actual fucking show.
Beyond belief.
Beyond belief, right? They hit me especially hard because I watched the fuck out of that when I was a young kid.
Oh, really?
And I
That's
remember,
funny.
yeah, whenever I was like home from school for being sick, I was just like, fuck yeah, let's put on some fucking Beyond Belief. And one of the ones that stuck out in particular for me that is just like rent free in my head was the story of like this woman walking by through like a cemetery and going into the church and seeing that there was a funeral happening and no one was attending the funeral, and she was like, oh my god, that's so sad, nobody's attending this man's funeral. That shouldn't be the case. And the priest is just like, oh well, would you like to stay and pay your respects even though you didn't know him? And she's just like, oh well, I suppose I will. Very well, sign your name on like the guest book on
I'm
the ledger.
the devil.
Yeah, and no, it's quite the opposite actually. So she then gets a call like a week later or something, and they're like, "We need you to come into this, like the government building, the town hall or whatever." And she shows up to like the room that they say, and there's a bunch of people that she doesn't know, and they're like, "We're here to read the last will and testament of this man." Oh, that's the man of whose funeral I attended. And the family are like, oh, I hope I got some of the old man's money. And they're like, oh, the last will and testament of Thomas is that everything he owns shall be equally split between everyone who attended his funeral. And only she attended. And it's like, oh my god, she got loads of money. And it turns out that it was true, but like definitely embellished a fucking lot.
Yeah, that's why like I liked the conceit of the show, and then they would just like say something that's like obviously bullshit and be like, it's true. Moving on. I'm like,
Similar
no,
events occurred in the. How
It's like-
similar are we talking?
It's like your definition of true is different from mine, is what I'm gonna say. Yeah, I was more into, like, as an adult, I didn't watch any of this type of show. As a kid, they would have scared me. The original Unsolved Mysteries I really liked, with Robert Stack, who I love doing an impression of. And I liked that show, even though, God, it was a bummer.
It's true. I saw it.
I saw it.
So funny. It's true. Don't ask questions.
Nope, not this
What are
time.
you,
It's
cop?
impossible.
Did it really happen? Good evening, officer. Goodbye.
What about the clock, whose face read 1, 2, 3, and 4? The witch doctor's curse.
It just really goes to show Neil Cicierega being like way ahead of his time on the meme game, where
Yeah.
that video's like from way before that got show becoming a joke again. Beyond belief, fact or fiction. That's just the wrong guy. I'm Robert Stack, filling in for... I don't know his name, and my brain went, Robert Zemeckis, which is wrong.
Jonathan Frakes.
Jonathan Frakes.
He's my brother. You can tell because we both have the same first
His
name.
name. God.
I've been... Sorry, you go ahead first.
I was just gonna say, Jonathan Frakes is the voice of the bad guy in Gargoyles, right?
Yeah, he voices Xanatos.
He is incredible as that character. That's all I was
it's a
gonna
great
say.
performance.
I've been slowly watching Star Trek: The Next Generation, and he's Riker in that, and it is obviously a lot of it's the writing as well, but Jonathan Frakes specifically as like guy who is a ladies' man, kind of like, oh, I'm very smooth and all the ladies like me, but I'm not like a slime ball about it. It works so well, and anytime there's an episode focused on him where he's like, It appears that I've woken up in my future, and I have a son. You know, it's like, I fucking love those episodes so much, just seeing him fucking be smug about everything and occasionally be like, this is ridiculous, I'm going to punch someone over it.
Yeah, I really like Jonathan Frakes. I wish he did more voice work. I thought he was like seriously incredible as Xanatos. Is that his name?
Yeah, Xanatos.
He's so good.
Hey,
Man,
man, enough, and he'll walk barefoot into hell.
I'm also really happy that I got to revisit an Aram and Jello classic with Aram's help for my Octopath Traveler review, because I was making fun of how in the backstory and lore of Octopath 2 there is a character named Darth. Nope, that's wrong. There's a character named Darkest. Like, he's the darkest guy, which is stupid as hell. And I was like, this reminds me of a really incredible... The actual video is quite funny. Aram recounting it to us was so funny it broke me. Your rendition of it, I think, is funnier than the real thing. But just being like, the Penny Arcade guys talking about doing a comic that was like Star Wars adjacent, and they start talking about how like, oh, I was like listening to the audiobook for one of those like old school expanded universe Star Wars whatevers.
Yeah.
And they're like, yeah, I swear to God, the dude, the bad guy in the backstory's name was Darth Undeadus. It was not Darth Undeadus. I swear it was Darth Undeadus. Like, Undeadus? No fucking way. Now I'll find it. And he goes through and like pulls it up on his iTunes, and they're listening, and very quietly you can hear, it was found from the holocron of Darth Undedu. Undedu. It was Undedu. That's worse. I think it's worse. Undeadus was probably better. My brain heard Undedu and it tried to undo the damage. Undeadus. It's like, okay,
Yeah.
I'm looking it up. Is it better if it's spelled Andeddu? But no. No. It's undead. Ooh. Oh, undead with its mysterious U suffix. It's undead. Ooh.
It's undead. Ooh.
Fucking hell.
Undeadu with its mysterious U suffix, like they're trying to hide it.
It was like
That
Darth
is-
Maul, like he'll maul you, and like a maul's a weapon, but like, you know, at least it's simple. Undead.
That is something that fucks me up about Star Wars Sith names. Is just like, I have some. Don't get me wrong, I love me a good stupid name where it is just that kind of shit, right? Sometimes it hits right, but some of the ones you hear in Star Wars are just so stupid. I know he's like the main Sith, but like Darth Sidious just never fails to make me be like, come on.
Now, Darth Insidious, are you being totally upfront with me here?
This is the thing of it's
Croatian
so.
guys talking to him, they're like, his name's Darth Insidious. I don't know. I think we can trust him.
If you like think about like Sith names and how like funny they are, because it's not their God-given name, right? They kind of make the names themselves, right? And so they're just like, yes, call me Undeadu.
And like this
Oh my
might shock you
God.
guys, but Undeadu is a necromancer. That was like what he was known for. So
What? No way.
I know. I'm
Also-
sorry. I don't want to spoil anything.
Fucking Fizzleburger in chat points out George Lucas once unironically pitched the name Darth Insanius.
Yep. Yeah, it
Goes
wasn't
hard.
for like, wasn't it for like KOTOR or something? Like they brought him in for like a minute, And he was like, I'll give you some actual names you can pick from. And they were like, this is really great. We got George in here. And he gave us like the worst options, like 2 of the worst options we'd ever heard. And like we were waiting for him to say it was a joke, and he just stopped talking. And like horror settled in our belly afterwards.
I think you should call one of them Darth Insidious. I'm also thinking maybe
That's me.
Darth kill us.
What are you, the George Lucas in my pocket? It's like, sorry guys, let me just cover this back up.
Man, the sequel
No, there's
to
not enough
Indian
crumbs in here.
the sequel to Indian in the Cupboard sucks. The George Lucas in my pocket.
Oh my god, I haven't thought about Indian in the cupboard in 20,000 years.
Could you drop a couple of batteries in here for me to eat?
George, you're not supposed to be eating those.
What? No one ever told me that.
Oh no, I'm George. What's that fucking coup bit where they're talking about like
Yeah.
doing some bit about it?
It was a whole thing of like fucking, because I forget the other director that he worked with for fucking some of his movies.
Spielberg?
But like the idea of like him calling up Spielberg, and he's and him basically being like a little kid, just like, oh, Steven, I just thought of something really cool. What if just always some dumb shit that actually exists. It's a whole coup bit. There's a great video of them just doing that for like 10 minutes. It's fucking fantastic.
Don't forget
Steven!
Skywalker. Don't forget Skywalker was changed from Star Killer, and then they reused Star Killer in the fucking Force Unleashed video games.
Yeah.
Star Killer.
Skywalker is acceptable to me. Like, maybe it's just because it's normalized, but like, you know, at least it's like a slightly poetic way to be like, yeah, he's like a guy in space. He's a Skywalker.
Yeah.
It's also got good mouthfeel. Star Killer is a little on the... It's for like a villain, right?
No, it's for
It's like an anti-hero.
Okay.
Yeah. He's a guy who like is a Sith for a while, and he's just like, actually, the Sith are bad, so I'm gonna stop fighting you, but I get to keep all my cool Sith powers.
Force Unleashed is someone's OC, basically, who was like, what if Darth Vader had a secret Sith apprentice?
Right. Yeah.
And he was like so fucking strong. He was so heckin' strong. And there's like 2 endings of the game. There's the Sith ending, basically, and then there's the light side ending. Where it's like, and then in the light side ending, when fucking Luke is at Hoth or something, right? You fight Luke as Starkiller in Hoth, and you kill Luke.
That's the light side ending?
No, that's the dark side ending.
Oh,
That's the
okay.
dark side ending. But yeah, like fucking Force Unleashed is fucking crazy.
And I believe in the Force Unleashed 2, he's a clone because he died.
Yeah, some shit. Like, it's... The only reason I haven't played the games on Steam is because they don't have achievements. I have them. I own them. I just haven't played them because they don't have achievements. My brain's broken.
Yeah, Aloha's
Doesn't he
deep in
also
the
hold his
achievement mines.
lightsaber? Sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying Aloha's deep in the achievement mines. That's it.
Yeah.
I believe Starkiller also holds his lightsaber in reverse grip.
Oh, like backhand.
He dual wields reverse grip.
Yeah.
And it's kind of basically a callback to Ahsoka Tano and how Anakin trained Ahsoka Tano to kind of wield lightsabers like that. So Starkiller being Vader's apprentice, he would wield the sword similar because it's the same dude.
It is, with a heavy heart, I must admit that I find reverse grips unironically extremely cool.
They are really cool. They are. I'm running the backhand blades in Elden Ring, is what I'm saying.
The backhand blade is when you are trying to... I have a joke in my head, but it's not funny. Forget it.
That never stopped you before.
What the fuck? What the fuck? Someone needs to
The
humble this guy.
Sony's a humble him.
Dude, what the fuck? This guy.
What?
God, you want to talk about fucking edgy as fuck games. Do you remember Blood Rain?
Sounds like some Will shit.
Blood Rain, R-A-W, or, God, W. R-A-Y-N-E.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah.
I remember I played those as a young teen, and I do remember getting a little traumatized by it because, like, the first, I can't remember if it's the first or second one, but it does have some genuinely fucking scary imagery in it where, like, you're basically fighting, like, floating gore heads with, like, organs hanging from them, and I was just like, oh my fucking god. And it was, like, it freaked me the fuck out, but those games are insanely edgy.
They are called Blood Rain.
Mm.
I mean, look, man.
You're playing
Okay.
big titty vampire girl with two flick
Finally.
out blades.
Yeah, dude, I always look and just like, I don't think there's enough big boobs in video games, honestly.
Look,
Yeah.
I was telling Amy, I was like, you know what weirdly I think might be my favorite joke and my favorite delivery that I was only reminded of because of the Snicker Puffs edit is of the Danganronpa streams is Sayaka goes like,
Oh, do you want to go get a snack? I'm a really great cook. I'd love to make something for you. Oh, that's great. I'm Makoto. And it's like, what would you want to make? And she's like, my specialty is chili oil.
and he's like, what? Like that, like the condiment? And I immediately went, what? An anime girl who says she's good at cooking but then isn't used for comedy? Whoa, careful, better put a patent on that before someone else uses it. It's like, so fucking mean. Also the moment where like it's like the first or second time I kind of go from like, I was told I wouldn't like this game, so I'm like, ew, this is gross, to like, guys, I'm really upset, where someone like says or does something stupid and terrible and I just go, how much of this is there? It's such a genuine question. Like cracks me up.
Man, I lament that I didn't get to play Sayaka more because she was the one that, like, it was the character I was actually having some amount of fun with, and then it was just like, well, too bad.
What
idiot.
about
Get
Hagakure? Love him.
fucked.
Dude, Savvy, not on stream. Not on stream. We can't be doing that.
Can't be doing that on stream. Oh yeah, no, the fucking as we were talking about when stream wouldn't end on the finale, you know, how we always had those post Danganronpa jerk sessions, you know.
Oh no, I almost loaded up porn.com.
Boob.
Haha boob. Haha.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Boop.
Haha boob, just one.
Cool.
Like, just like that that hitch thing on I was on Game Changer, on Dropout, where the guy was like, what if there was just one big sperm? I feel like you could get one for what if women just had one big boob?
God, that like, I'm not a fan of Smarty Pants at all, really. I think it's like hit or miss or miss or miss or miss. And but man, that one by Paul, it's just like, next up, compare with friends. It really fucks me up terribly. That will still be wet. That will be a part of it. What? No, no one wants that. In this version, pregnancy would last 22 to 36 months. But it would feel really good for the woman. Just like, can I ask why? Wouldn't that be really uncomfortable? In my version, it wouldn't, though. Hey, consider it wouldn't, though.
Consider it wouldn't.
Like some fucking Lord of the Rings ass, like... No! No mortal can possess the One Ring and remain uncorrupted. Consider, though, what if it didn't corrupt me, though?
What if it didn't?
Maybe I'm great.
Maybe I'm built different, literally. That's
Every possessor of the ring be like, it won't though.
Consider, what if it didn't?
that's my fucking that was the reason I couldn't watch ReZero, is because, like, you know, I went through like 3 arcs and the main character's like, oh my god, terrible shit is happening to me and I have to watch people die in a time loop. And like, even though he'd been through probably like 3 or 4 weeks of time loop death shit, like the start of the 3rd one, it like just breaks it. Like he's just like, I'm fucked, I can't do it. And I was like, honestly, like, rip to Subaru, but I'm fucking different. Like, if this had happened to me this many times, I would be over it by now. It's such a dumb reason to stop watching this show, but I was like, whatever. Can't relate to this guy.
I know you're trying to have an emotional pathos right now, but
you should have had it a while ago, frankly. It's not even like, oh my god, the girl I have a weird crush on died for the first time. It's like, this is like the 3rd time she's died, dude. Keep up, first of all. Time loops are poggers, but people need to stop getting sad in them, right? Instars in Time is a dog water game.
Imagine getting existential because you're trapped in a time loop.
Get over it, first of all.
Get over it.
Get over it with Bennett Foddy, dude.
Just accept it.
Just pull yourself up by your time straps and figure it out.
Just pull yourself up by your strap on and grow up, dude.
I snap the straps of my strap-ons like fucking suspenders.
Ow.
Ow.
More like in tars and grime. I'm like, really,
yo,
I'm really.
Dude, that would be a sick sequel, though.
Just a little peek into my dark and twisted
Mind. Yeah, bro.
My twisted mind is such a funny statement. I love it. For me, it's normal. For me, he's normal frog.
Yeah, that shit fucking fucks me up as well.
I love it, yeah.
For me, Josuke's stand was just diamond.
I was expecting to be, I'm
sorry,
it's just can't think of a segue. Bye.
So no, it's just like I'm trying to think of a way to like build this story up. So my friends Brennan and Tiny, they're both black. And so like anytime something like has black in the name, they're always like, it's just normal for me. Like in this like video game, there's an ability called Black Thumb, and they're just like, yeah, this is just normal thumb for us.
That's really funny.
So mean. I saw in chat. Someone goes, oh, the Zelda music you're playing is making me sad. And My gut response to that was just gonna be, all right, it's time to grow up.
Dude, I cannot express to you my favorite thing to say recently is just grow up in response to even the stupidest shit of just just like anything, right? Anything can happen. I'll just be like, grow up. Like,
just needlessly rude. Can we take a moment to acknowledge I'm hilarious? Like I sort of love jokes that are just like, the joke is how over the top something, like an unwarranted something about it is.
Like my roommate would sneeze and I'd just like, grow up. Like, come on.
I need you to log it in. Figure it out. Something I say a lot from Letterkenny, just figure it out. That's what I said. I said, figure it out. I'm allowed to feel jealous. It wasn't. I feel no kind of way about that at all. It's just the idea of my brain seeing your comment and going, "You could be so rude," like in the way that you'll be like hanging out with your friend and be like, "You could push them in a ditch right now." Like it's just how your brain works.
I can't remember what stream it was on, or if it was even on a stream or not, but I do recall at one point I was hanging out with, I'm pretty sure it was like Will and Fleecy, and I tried to make a joke and it just did not land. It was just not funny. But like 2 seconds passed after I said it with no response, and then I followed up with, I'm funny. And it just absolutely killed everyone. Because it was just like, when in doubt, just state you are funny. And
Just beg. Just beg.
Sorry, I feel like the situation might, like, maybe this needed to be made explicit. I'm funny.
I'm funny.
I'm funny, so consider that next time. Respond appropriately.
The statement gambit.
Can I laugh you up? Please.
Please. Can I gaff you up?
Yo, hey, homie, gaff me up.
Stick me to the ceiling with some gaffer tape.
Gaffer tape.
I'm literally funny.
I'm literally.
Yeah. You remember, like 10 years ago, when I somehow managed to convince myself that inherently calling gaffer tape Jaffer tape was like the funniest thing anyone had ever come up with in my life.
I
and
do
I
remember
it myself for like 15 minutes.
You doing that, but like I don't remember emotion attached to it, which kind of scares me. It's just like, that's a fact of a life you led once, Brendan. I'm like, whoa. Okay, I wasn't expecting this from
That's
the
freaky.
Jaffer tape, man.
It had something to do with, like, we were talking about Jafar from Aladdin, and this led me to come up with the funniest pun that the world had ever seen, and everyone was just completely baffled. Like, no one at all was on board except for me, and I was just snickering and coughing and like crying
And
to
crying.
myself,
Kissing and coming.
just quietly occasionally going, Jaffer tape.
I mean, that's getting mean. That's really funny to me. Because that's just nothing.
It's like the GIF and GIF conversation.
Absolutely nothing to it.
It's just nothing to it. It's funny because it's just nothing. It's just like,
I-
yeah, man, if you mispronounce Gaffa as Jaffa.
Like, dude, there's an inherent whimsy in mispronouncing things on purpose, like calling a tortilla a tortilla, and like a jalapeno into a jalapeno. Yeah, right.
The thing
Like,
is,
Notice
like,
if I mispronounce this word, it sounds different.
yeah.
You weren't like, it's Jafar tape. You were like, it's Jaffer tape. So it didn't land for anyone, and then you didn't even explain it for a while. I don't think you were just like, you were too immobilized by the idea of it. And then you were like,
Power word laugh.
and then you were like, you know, like Jafar. And we were like, what the hell are you talking about? You're like, what if Jafar used gaffer tape and called it Jaffer tape? Like,
Leave him alone.
it's like, yeah, what if, dude? Like, who gives a...
Not
Sure, that would be something, all right.
Not me coming into call earlier with, hey guys, it is 6 guys coughing in a Discord call funny, or is it just me?
You know,
Oh my God.
I think it's funny. I think it's funny. I'm gonna be the guy. I'm gonna step on a limb and just like, you know what? I deem it funny.
Ow, my limb.
Ow.
It just been decreed as funny.
I just, like...
Creed.
Oh, I forgot to mention, I'm funny.
I'm really glad that... I'm really glad because, like, the Draugr bit did not originate on the Danganronpa stream. It was, like, something that occurred to me after we were watching Great British Bake Off, and I was, like, trying to explain what I was picturing to, like, Oz, and I was like, this is so funny in my head. Will anyone laugh? Please, sir, give me $1. And, like, I think Oz was, like, sympathetic. He was like, yeah, I think that's kind of funny. But, like...
I don't know the Jogger bit because obviously I didn't watch the stream, but I saw a bunch of the Jogger fan art and I think it's funny. I think just seeing a random Jogger is kind of hilarious.
The bit was that we just finished a season of Bake Off. And I was imagining, like, doing a little, like, not that I even do this, but, like, a little animated parody, because I can do a good Noel impression, and we've got a lot of, like, we have a lot of Bake Off jokes, and I was like, I could probably do a pretty good, like, it's Great British Bake Off, and it's going through all of the archetypes of bakers, like old man who doesn't listen to judge feedback and leaves in week 3 or 4 or whatever, instead of like Jerry, and like woman with an accent from an alien planet or something. And then it cutting to like Prue and doing a basic joke about Prue having like no taste in food and be like, oh, I don't know if peanut butter and banana would taste good together. That's so scary to me. I'm 1,000 years old in English. And then fucking in my head, after that, out of nowhere, my brain produced the image of a hard cut to a photorealistic Redead style Draugr with like just in a baking apron with the words "the Draugr" underneath her, and she just screeches, and then it cuts to the next person with no explanation. And the concept of that, like an episode of Bake Off where there is a zombie walking around and no one gives a shit, like delights me. I think it's so fun. I'm not doing the roar. It's 11 p.m.
You know, it's funny. I get it. I thought you were drawing an Among Us. Sorry, I'm watching the stream instead of like the stream you're streaming to me. You were drawing like the Draugr, and I was like, oh man, that kind of looks like an Among Us. You know.
Kill this guy.
Yeah.
We fucking kill this guy. Turning and audibly on stream acting like you are pulling someone away from a conversation to whisper to them is it's a joke I really liked. I don't even remember what it was. Like, Savvy, you made some like purposefully kind of stupid bit, or you were like, can I just say normal opinion about something no one's thought about? It was just like, I think sinks should get hot when you turn the get hot handle. Like, it was like nothing controversial or important, and you were like, sorry to be controversial, and I was like, yeah, man, you can't bring that shit onto my stream. I'm gonna get canceled for that shit. Like, that shit.
Yeah, and we did like the whole bit of me just being like, look, I just thought it was something that I didn't think it was that big of a deal.
It's a deal. You always do this. Hey, sorry everyone, we're back. I was on a way, right? You didn't hear that, right? Like,
Can we ship the Draugr and the Snoot? There's someone in chat.
I literally can't stop any of you people from doing anything. So
I draw Draugr X Snoot fan art, please. Thank you. That's what he's saying.
I'm so delighted because I can't draw shoes, so I'm just giving up here. With the latest episode of SMG4 came out, and I didn't know that this was exactly the case. But I saw an episode a couple weeks ago, and I was like, okay, this is not the episode I come back in. Let me check it out. And Gianni is playing what I think is like the arc villain. I was like, that's exciting. I was like, oh, in my episode, the thing I recorded is me like being like, let's be villains together, basically, at the end is like a cliffhanger. And I was like, God, I hope I'm talking to Gianni's guy. And I am. So I think Gianni and I get to hang out. And I jokingly posted like Mr. Weapons and Mr. Puzzles together at last. Will they kiss on Twitter? And like it fucking popped off. And I was like, I was joking.
You can't joke around children, Jello.
You can't joke about men with inanimate objects for heads, okay?
Yeah,
Have you seen the shit? Have you seen
it's
the
serious
shit? Out there
shit!
about Kane? Have you seen Kane from the Amazing
like,
Digital
like
Circus?
from the Bible?
Bible,
Yeah, I
yeah,
was
like
gonna say.
Yeah, from the Bible.
Have you seen Kane? He's got a lot to answer for.
yeah.
Have you seen Kane? He has a mark upon him, which makes it so that any damage done upon him is returned sevenfold to the attacker.
Really? How did he land that?
By killing his brother.
That's worth killing your. Why would you get that from killing your brother? That just feels like not a good setup on God's part.
That's something I don't get either. I looked into like all of the like a load of demons. It's probably just from Osgoe show or whatever, but like I looked that up and it was like, oh yeah, and Cain was cursed with the Mark of Cain. I was like, the Mark of Cain, that sounds fucking cool as hell. What is it? And then it was just like, yes, this curse makes it so that anyone who attacks him has the damage returned upon them sevenfold. I was like, that just sounds good. Why is that a curse?
Me and fucking
Did
Ruby's...
he really like getting attacked?
Wait, why is that a curse? That just sounds good. Listen, Ruby, we turn into birds. And
Yeah. I'm a pop out.
bye.
All right.
Bye.
Yeah.
I'm allowed to make fun of Ruby, but then I make fun of One Piece, and suddenly I'm Hitler.
Oh, okay. I guess that kind of makes sense. As someone
That I'm
said,
Hitler?
it's like no, to prevent retribution, i.e., people would like know what he did, that he like introduced murder into the world, and they tried to kill him and like put him out of his misery, but like they just die if they try to do that. So like
but
no one
like,
can do that, so he has to remain alive with his guilt.
what, is he immortal?
Yeah, Cain is immortal.
Why?
Part of the curse, I guess.
Okay, to me, you killed your brother, you now have an incredible riposte skill. These are rewards. I think God needs to I think someone needs to be like, you listen. This is like, yeah, you snuck out after dark to smoke weed with your friends, so I bought you the Xbox 360. Like, you're supposed to take away the gaming consoles, is what you do. And it's like, oh fuck, I shitted it, dude.
Do you wanna hear something that makes it make even less sense as well?
Sure.
The brother who he killed, Abel, his thing is that the ground he treads upon becomes fallow, and it is unable to grow anything.
Why? What did
I don't
Abel
know.
do?
Got killed, dumbass.
Do you think Cain killed him because everywhere he went, he brought famine? Like, what the hell? Yeah, I mean, shit. The Old Testament, I don't know what they were doing back there. The Old
hadn't figured
Testament,
out.
it's not the best one, if I'm being honest with you. I think the new one is a little bit better. Hot take, Jello.
Sisters.
Say hello.
I think
Yeah.
those are backwards. I'll Google it. I'll double check. It's entirely possible, but. I don't think I'm wrong though, because I remember it's called the Mark of Cain.
Yeah, Mark of Cain is definitely a thing.
The Curse of Cain and the Mark of Cain are phrases that originated in the story of Cain and Abel in the Book of Genesis. In these stories, if someone harmed Cain, the damage would come back sevenfold. Some interpretations view this as a physical mark, whereas others see the mark as a sign. Origins. There is no clear consensus as to what the mark was. Curse of Cain. The curse was the result of him murdering his brother Abel and lying about the murder to God. When Cain spilled his brother's blood, the earth became cursed as soon as the blood hit the ground. In a sense, the earth was left drinking Abel's blood. The first concerns the earth.
So,
okay.
maybe...
Cain also can't farm the land. That's my bad. So that was not Abel's curse. Cain also cannot produce yield from the land. He's both. But the Curse of Cain, the Mark of Cain, that is not wrong. I was correct about that. So he has got one curse that is actually a curse.
Okay. Strange. Strange.
Okay, you can't just throw the fucking subtitle Curse of Ham at me. What the fuck does that mean?
Discourse getting toxic in the Bible fandom. Me at the third schism.
Me at the Council of Chalcedon.
Thank you, I couldn't think of a real one. I was like, come on, this is an easy joke. Come on, brain. Remember, you used to watch Extra History. You could think of one, and I couldn't, so... I'm glad I've got you as backup, Aram, when it's like I need someone to do a Simpson joke. Aram, I need someone to know an obscure historical event by exactly its name. Hey guys, my last tip did not go well. What if I did the Bible? So this is basically the Bible.
Christ.
I'd kind of
fucking
like to
imagine?
see that, to be honest.
I do think it would be pretty... Dude, the Stib Bible goes pretty hard, if we're being honest.
I can't think of a more luxury express ticket to being, like, crucified literally.
Oh, I can think of a couple worse ones, to be honest with you.
Me when I'm Barbarossa and the so-called Pope excommunicates me.
So you've just been made by the rib of your husband. But you can't eat this fruit. What kind of fruit is it? No one agrees. Some people say it's a fig.
You gotta fight like you're the third monkey on the ramp to the Ark, and brother, it's starting to rain.
What a phrase.
Is that someone in chat? Because that's good. Or is
that
you?
was it's from the internet. I didn't come
okay.
up with that.
That is really
The
good.
third monkey
It's really
on the
funny.
ramp to the Ark.
Brother, it's starting to rain.
I'm gonna be real. I think I would have gotten less pushback from "So this is basically the Bible" than I did for One Piece. I'm not joking.
Well, I think, yeah, so this is basically the Bible is less likely to find a space to, like, get sucked into an echo chamber of people who both understand the criticism and dislike it. There's a lot more internet savvy space dedicated to One Piece than there is to Christian theology. Just give us go for the worst of both worlds. Give us like an 8-hour Patreon exclusive diatribe on which of whether Luffy and Ace are Cain and Abel or Abel and Cain.
Brooke is Jesus, is the Bible. That's what the Bible said. I checked.
And who in this metaphor, who is their third extra brother who's just Ace again?
Ah, yes, Cain, Abel, and Cable, my third brother.
Cable from X-Men.
Rob
Dude, that was my
character.
favorite part. That was my favorite part in the Bible when Cable showed up and he was just like, I have a metal arm. Like he always says, you know?
I really want to know what would be worse than so this is basically the Bible. Look, I feel like that's actually too sanitized. Like, it wouldn't even be making fun of the Bible. I think I'd be poking fun at certain stories. And, like, literally priests do that every week to be like, that King Solomon, am I right? Reminds me of when I was at the grocery store or whatever. Like, that's just what, like, Catholic churches are like, at least. I don't think it would be a big deal. I don't know. People don't spend years of their life reading the Bible, and they're not like, dude, this is still updating, and if it turns out it's bad, then I've wasted my time. So...
You know, you say that, but I feel like there have been some crusades about that in the past.
I don't know what you're talking about.
When I rally the armies of a dozen nations because they're the newest chapter that dropped on AO3 doesn't align with my vision of the continuity.
I can't believe how much we're actually just describing schisms in the church.
I legit think that, like, something way more dumb and Fox Newsy and, like, so this is basically the Trump administration would be way more, you done did it now, you stuck your dick in the beehive.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Like, yeah.
That is the equivalent of going into a gas facility and just lighting
a
up.
match.
Yeah.
Do I think maybe any of the criticisms towards your video is something you'd want to reflect and learn from? Literally, no, because I think more people had an opinion of the video before they even watched it than anything else, because, like I said, it got shadow banned. You actually, like, you had to really hunt for it or get a direct link because you couldn't just search it on YouTube for a while. So people would watch react. And, like, the first 48 hours it was out, people were like, yeah, it's pretty savage, but, like, about as same as all the other ones. And then it started getting passed around and people were like, this one's mean. And it's like, it's not more or less mean than the other ones. We got a Wednesday fan in the chat. And, like, legit, most of the stuff I saw when people were like, I don't like that you did this, I'd be like, I didn't do that. And they'd be like, oh, I saw someone said that. And it's like, okay, well, you're wrong, and they lied.
It is remarkable how people will just not listen. I learned that the hard way when I put up the Jujutsu Kaisen video and made the decision for it to be public initially.
I told you, man, there's no reason to start your thing where you're like, I don't want me to, like, I know some people might not like this, but let me take a while to assuage your fears. Like, anyone who's going to be mad is going to be mad before watching your fucking video.
No, I have since
matter.
learned that. I have since learned that. If in future, I am just not gonna fucking... the people who are gonna understand where the fucking angle that I'm coming from are not the people who are showing up and making those comments, you know?
Yeah, the things people are asking for Jello to reflect on are like him being mean to the creator for things the creator actually did do. Yes, I think that's also pretty important. Like, people were like, you called Oda a pedophile, and I was like, no, I didn't. I said that he repeatedly sexualizes 16-year-old girls. That's a demonstrable fact. If you think that makes him a pedophile, well, that's your own conclusion. I'm just pointing out facts about One Piece. Your Honor.
Whoop.
What?
Okay.
What?
Hope I don't.
Hope I don't.
What?
Oh. Oh. Me trying to hit the blocks to find a mushroom. Oh. And then, like, anytime I spoke with people kind of at length about it, I was like, what didn't you like? And they were like, well, it was kind of mean-spirited. I'm like, well, I don't know. Okay, then.
I was feeling kind of mean.
I read it for like a whole year. And I'd read it before, and I'd kept up with it since, looks at the calendar. I've been reading since Punk Hazard serially, and I watched it since I was a kid. I watched it on 4Kids, then I watched it when it went over to Funimation, and it was on Toonami before Toonami got canned, and that was in like 2008. And I was One Piece pilled for a long time. Start of pandemic, there's even posts of me like telling other people like, oh yeah, they were like, should I start One Piece? And I was like, yeah, it's great, it's pretty good. And then I reread it and I was like, this has a lot of issues, especially in the latter half. And the real mistake I made is that I made Oda himself a character in the video, because he was a character in my latest consumption of One Piece, because he is in Q&A sessions at the end of every chapter, because I was reading the official volumes because I paid for it. And I just think some of the stuff he says is a bit disgusting, and I think it's real gross, and I think it deserves to be made fun of. Also, some of the other criticism I have seen is literally someone was like, it's like, didn't you tell Oda to kill himself? It's like, not at all. This video is 6.5 minutes long. You can just look at it and see that's not in there. And someone was like, well, in your Patreon stuff, where you screen cap what you say to like Aloha and Bo, they were like, you react to Oda sexualizing a 15-year-old, and you say, Oda, what if I kill you with lasers? And I'm like, do you think that will hold up in a court of law? Do you really think, under oath, do you sincerely think I am saying, I am going to fly to Japan, locate Ichiro Oda, and kill him with a laser beam? Do you think that's a sincere threat? Also, I didn't send it to Oda. I sent it to the 2 people I was reading with. You and Vixen threatened to kill each other on every stream. That's true.
And unlike in the case of Eiichiro Oda, you very much could fly to Vixen's location with a laser.
Vixen has assaulted me on stream before.
This is true. That's a police fact.
That's a fact. That's a police fact. I don't know. To me, it's just like people, like really all it is people going, I don't like it when someone criticizes something I hold so dear that it is a part of myself. And I take it as a personal insult, which is unhealthy. And to quote Aloha, I think you do need to grow up a little if you're going to be online. That's just not a big deal. And so they're like, I need to justify that this person is bad, because if they're not bad, then they might be right. And then I have to self-reflect. And it's like, you don't even have to self-reflect. All I said was the pirate comic was kind of dumb sometimes. That's true, Crystal. You've also been punched by Vixen. It's a fucking pandemic.
I hear you can catch Vixen punch through aerosolized particles.
It's true. I saw it.
I saw it.
Our boys in the writer's room
Fluffed this one
up.
Yeah, that's a big part of it too, Gamer. Just like the game of telephone, just making everything fucking worse all the time. That's just the fucking internet in a nutshell.
Are there part of One Piece I do like? Yes, many. including ones I say are good in the video. I say that the adventure parts aren't that strong, because they're not. Like, Skypiea is a weak arc structurally. Don't even get me started on the treatment of the Aboriginal people and making them kind of fucking racist. It's really weird. It's a terrible story about colonialism, but then, like, Jaya leading up to that is an incredible adventure story. Water 7 is really good. I like Alabasta. I like Orange Town. I love Impel Down. The idea that I would have one singular opinion about something that's 1,100 episodes long is unfathomable to me.
It's the same effect of just like, you know, negative stuff always sticks out more to people because we've been fucking coded to pay attention to the bad stuff, because that's the threatening stuff, right? Yeah, we're adult coded. But like, it's the same thing as like, even people who like watched, this is not me complaining, even people who watched my stream and listen to me and will like actually hear my opinions on like Jujutsu Kaisen and engage with it in good faith, right? Often forget that my genuine rating of that show is a 6 out of 10. Like, it's above average. I don't think it's like a fucking 0 out of 10. It genuinely has some good stuff going for it. I think there is a lot of places where it does things right. I think that even though it mishandles a lot of its female characters, the fact that it is trying is a big step with Shonen in particular. There's a lot of shit I like about it, and that's the reason I get pissed off about it, is because there's stuff there that's good. And it's just a thing of it, especially when it's like a several hour long thing in my case, right? It was a full fucking stream. It's easy for stuff to get lost in the chaff. But I think it's important to remember that there's such a thing as fucking nuance. It is so easy to get caught up in, this is what they thought. When it's just like, no, I said like a whole fucking thing. Like, don't summarize it into a single sentence.
What are Savvy's opinions on JJK? He likes it.
Thumbs up. I love it. It's great.
Yeah,
I would say go find the video, but it's not public. You have to go onto my Discord to find the link for it. It's currently unlisted, so it's available. You just have to hunt for it.
I just thinking about, like, are there any parts you like of One Piece? Like, I'm trying to think. There's so few pieces of media that I'm like, this is worthless. Secret Life of Pets. A lot of Illumination movies. I'm like, this is dog water. This is a creative black hole. But even those have like talented animators working on them, right? Like, it looks silly, but it lives its whole life that way, so you have to take it seriously. I think it could be eating tubers. I should just start saying shit like that in the middle of serious opinions so people think I'm having a stroke.
You could just start eating tubers. All you need to take from Savvy's JJK stream is that she would kiss Mahito. Mahito, yeah, absolutely.
Yo, give me a bag of mojitos. Cool
Mojitos.
Ranch.
I'll drink a mojito while kissing Mahito. You know.
I could go for a mojito right now.
And dude, I love a mojito. But to clarify as well, right? Like, I think its quality is a 6 out of 10. My personal rating is very low. I hate that fucking show. And again, it's the thing of just like, people need to understand there's a difference between something's quality and whether or not you like it. It's like the simplest thing I think you can learn is something could be good and you can still dislike it, and vice versa. Something could be bad and you can still like it. They are separate scores.
I feel like much more often that comes up in the context of like, this is garbage, but I enjoy it, and like I'm separating those concepts so that you don't think I'm saying this is just objectively good. It's rarer, I feel, to have someone consume a piece of media and be like, I think objectively this is at least decent, but I can't stand it.
I have some of those. Shocker. I think most Isao Takahata movies are made with an unfathomable level of technical beauty and skill, like Tale of Princess Kaguya, but I cannot stand his artistic choices as a director. He likes to impress misery upon a viewer by making them physically miserable, by like making you watch something that's exceedingly slow and just miserable. So he's like, the characters are bored, so I'm gonna make you watch them do nothing in a room for a couple minutes. And I'm like, this is effective. It's good filmmaking. You're imparting the exact emotion you wanted to. I hate this experience.
I'm not into Jujutsu Kaisen, but whenever I hear people talk about it, it's in an I could fix it kind of way. Yeah,
I don't know if I'd say that's true.
Well, I mean, I think that's a signifier of the fact that you're hanging around people who like give a fuck about developing proper opinions on stuff, as opposed to and nothing else as like that, you know, like I had plenty of fucking people showing up to that video while it was still public. There's a guy who had I think an 18 comment fucking thread on my video. I've left it up. He says shit like, you said this, and it's just like, that's not what I fucking said. And he'll go, but what about this? It's like, yeah, I addressed that later in the video, but you're just clearly doing this as a stream of consciousness thing as you watch. And his last comment is like, oh, well, I can't really be bothered to do the rest, so whatever. And he left. It's just
Shocker.
like,
no wonder
cool,
you
dude.
like Jujutsu Kaisen if you just make shit up.
I think I'm gonna go for tonight.
Good night.
fair enough. Have a good one.
I like where your Phoenica and Skunk Girl are at.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.
Bye. How many views did the video have? It was like 700 and something.
It was
But-
one
which doesn't-
guy who was really mad.
You need to understand, right? The reason I made it unlisted is because, like, you can tell if something has been picked up by the algorithm. Because I at the time, I think I had maybe 110 subscribers on the channel, or 200 or something like that, from my Kingdom Death Monster stuff. It was the only thing that was not a Kingdom Death Monster podcast on my channel. And I had only properly promoted and linked it on my socials. So when I see multiple comments from people who are clearly not my viewers, and it has 700 views, I was like, the algorithm's got it. Okay, we're delisting it. I am not making this the first major thing that people know me for. That's not fucking happening.
It's also extremely possible that just it got picked up within a server of people who disagree with you. At like
Entirely possible. Yeah.
Like I remember wait, hang on, what the fuck? Sorry. I remember, is that on this layer for some reason? Yeah, what are you doing on that layer? Oops.
Having fun.
No, I'm gonna have to kill you. Like I remember I made a tweet about the Trails series because I had done a Trails video that was officially sponsored, and it was like, Trails of Cold Steel 4 is coming out, and like a couple people asked me, they're like, I don't know what this is, can I just jump in at 4? And I asked Jay, who is the most Trails guy on Earth, and I was like, here's what I think about which ones you need to have played to go into which future ones. Is this correct? And he was like, yeah, and add this. And I was like, what about Trails in the Sky, the 3rd chapter? People tend to like that one. And he was like, I love that game. You don't need to play it. Like, it's literally all like extra shit. And it's like cool follow-up. But like you moving forward, it's not focal at all. It's more like it's not an extra 60 hours you have to invest. So I just repeated that opinion. I was like, yeah, you don't really need to. And like 30 commenters from, and like Trails doesn't have a fan base in the West, so some image board must have found it. They're like, this guy's an idiot telling people not to play the cool game we like, and they just spam posted it with a bunch of images of the main character frowning. And it's like, I guess one of the world's 12 Trails in the Sky Third Chapter fans found this, and he showed it to the other 11. So it's possible that's what happened.
Entirely possible. It was very much an instance of like, look, if it is that, then we're chill, we're good, whatever. If there was like a 5% chance that it was getting picked up and it was going to be like, oh, the first time people get to know, the first time people who are not already following me hear about Eternal Savvy is when he does a kind of like not fully put together and mostly off the cuff stream about Jujutsu Kaisen and complaining about it. Like, I just didn't want to risk that being the first piece of energy I put out onto, like, you know,
Yeah, that's fair.
A big social presence online. I would prefer if one of my first videos is me just, which like picks up, and I know this is obviously a big ask, but like, I have a lot of shit I want to talk about that is just like, I've noticed this and I think it's cool and we should talk about it, or this is a game I really like that people don't talk about, like, because those get picked up as well. Just shit like, you know, oh, here's this video game you may not know about and why I think it's cool. Like, for me, that's Primal on the PS2. I'd love if when I eventually put that together, that's the one that gets picked up by the algorithm, not fucking me belly aching about Jujutsu Kaisen to people who know and mostly agree with me. Like, I'll admit it, I was talking to an echo chamber for that fucking stream, you know?
If it makes you feel better, in 10 years, no one will talk about Jujutsu Kaisen ever again.
True.
Because it's nothing.
It's just nothing.
Really?
Like, legitimately, I am way happier that I have an association with the fucking pinup of Odile. That to me is just like, that's fucking rad. I'm glad that is like one of the main things people know about me.
You're still talking about ReZero, so that isn't true. ReZero is still coming out. Hi, Bananas. I thought ReZero was gone. Not by much, if it is. Let me see. I swear it like just had its like at least its last season at most. Hang on. Is ReZero over? No, well, that's the AI. Hang on.
I know you mostly
Ongoing.
on Zero streams.
Still going. Yeah.
I've been tempted to fucking do what Lamp did with Surprise Round and put a channel in my Discord server of just introductions of just how did you find me, because I keep having moments where people are like telling me that they found me through the most like fucking just something which I was like, that's what you got me from the two streams I did of a game. It's so cool.
Really, people really travel through the internet in very different ways than I would expect them to.
I find it really interesting. Just like the fact that you, just by virtue of like, oh, you did a stream on something that doesn't get talked about very often, and even though it was one time, it was just like, I'm the guy who looks for those streams, so I found you and I stuck with you. I love that stuff. I genuinely forgot how I found you, Savvy. I assume it was through you posting your art. I don't actually know either. For some reason, my brain is telling me it's something DBA related, but I think it's just because there was some degree of like... No, where's that even coming from? I don't even know where that's coming from, now that I think about it.
Hate how that dark black shading looks on her with color. Oh well. We stay silly. Yeah.
I'm trying to think of what would be the most funny and most obscure way that somebody could have found me and become a fan of me. Oh man, okay, I know what the poll would be. Somebody watched my an octave higher fucking beginning of a playthrough and was like, this guy doesn't like an octave higher? I'm sticking around. Side note, an octave higher is a bad visual novel and you shouldn't play it. Or maybe you should. Maybe develop your own opinion. I don't give a fuck. Do what you want. Live your own life.
Found me through Newgrounds? I've never done any Newgrounds stuff, so that would definitely not be it. Smash comic dubs.
That would be a poll, actually, yeah. A Yik fan watching the fucking Yik playthrough on Surprise Round RPG and specifically liking my energy and tracking down my channel.
I have legit, like, I'll watch people and, like, I'll be there for one streamer and they'll get a guest and I'll be like, do you have more of that guy? Actually, the main guy I was here for sucks in comparison.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
That's how I found
I
Jerma
discovered
a million years ago, actually, before
Oh really?
Yeah, because he used to be a TF2 streamer and he streamed with another guy who I followed named Star, and I watched them together, and Jerma was really funny. And I was like, Star's being like, he's like bullying him nonstop on these streams. It's kind of bumming me out. Let's see what Jerma's up to. And I like watched some of his stuff and I was just like, this guy's pretty funny. And then I fell off of him, and then like 8 years later he was fucking Jerma, and I was like, excuse me? This guy made it? That's cuckoo.
Yeah, no, I do like that aspect of like, that is when like the whole streaming community and atmosphere thing is at its best. I think is when like, not when it's just collabs for the sake of collabs, obviously, but like when it is just like, oh, we're a bunch of friends and all of us just have streams and, you know, do our own thing, and then like one time it's like, oh, we ran a fucking Minecraft SMP, and turns out there's loads of cool people on the server that like we were vaguely connected to. I found a number of streamers which I now watch pretty regularly by virtue of Balloon SMP, which was Koo taking part in a Minecraft server for a while.
Black Ops is good at outfits. These are really cute.
Mm-hmm. Learned about Savvy from watching Jello's channel. Damn it, yeah, that tracks. I've been in a couple of your videos at this point.
God, I wish Phoenica wasn't so white.
She is pale AF.
Like, I like her being vampiric. I think that's funny. It's just, it's annoying with her color scheme, you know?
Hmm.
Let me give her
No,
Fauna's
I
hair
have similar
color, actually.
problems. I have similar problems with my OC Elara, who just has genuinely, actually white skin. That's really tough sometimes. And I'm just sitting here just like, should I just make her like just have regular skin color? I'm just like, nah, she's just too, I'm too deep in at this point. It's been fucking years.
There we go. You made her. Look, we had to lock in her design really fast, okay? And maybe one day she'll be less white. I'll open a book and she'll be like, I'm back from my tanning trip in Hawaii.
Yeah, the Price is Right video was a lot of fun. That was
Yeah, people are like, why don't you do one of those again? And I'm like, that actually, you'd be shocked how difficult that was to edit. Getting that audio to be even a little bit as good as it was. That video never would have been made if I didn't ask you guys all to record on your own ends.
Oh, I can't even fucking imagine, man. I'm currently in the midst of editing a podcast with at maximum 3 to 4 people talking, and yeah, it gets real fucking out of hand real quick. The amount of crosstalk that will happen in a call is not really understood until you try editing around it.
Yeah, you'd be surprised how much auditory patching there is in my finished, I had Savvy do ADR for certain bits in the Skies of Arcadia videos.
Yeah.
For whatever reason, hang on, what is the, okay, sorry, looking at something on another tab, for the bit where it's like punching holes in the transgender you got my name wrong card, it was originally 5. It was 5 holes in the card instead of 4. And Aram did hit 5 twice, but the other 2 that he did as both Enrique and Gilder were like not usable, not funny, unrelated. And I couldn't make them work. So I was just like, fuck it. I need this to be 4 instead. And Savvy's the one who said it. So I was just like, can you just re-record this for me? It'll save me like 4 hours of editing.
Yeah, I know. I literally just sat down and I was just like, all right, let me listen to the way I said it. And
you did a good job. It sounds almost identical. You're very good at you did some of that for the ISAT stuff too. I had everyone re-record shit for ISAT.
Thank you. But yeah, no, it was a funny little challenge to be like, all right, how did I say it? How was I laughing? What was like the and also just even the timing again as well of like, oh, I need to get it like within this specific time signature so it doesn't, go too long or whatever. But yeah, fucking one of my favorite jokes I always make with my friend Iris whenever we're doing editing of that podcast that I was talking about is because one thing that you will become very, very familiar with if you edit you and your friends' voice is any of like the weird habits or noises that are just like instinctual and you also will not pay attention to because you're so used to the person, right? And that includes ums and ahs and obviously the typical ones. But we have this whole running joke of like, oh yeah, when we start releasing Heart of Hope, we should do a special Patreon exclusive, which is instead of an uncut or a cut version of it, it's the all of the stuff we cut and nothing else. So it's just like 30 minutes of yeah, so yeah, because one of my fucking things that drives me up a wall when I'm listening to myself, it's only when I'm GMing as well, which fucks me up, right, is I don't know what it is, I must keep my mouth like tightly closed when I'm listening to my players, so when I start talking when I'm GMing, I will just like that every time, and it drives me up the fucking wall. So it would just be an hour of me tutting.
I have a very audible, like, my joke is done, specific exhale, that was a bit that I do. And it bothers me that I do it, but I will say, I have tried occasionally to not do it, and when I don't do it, it's such a subtle change, but people really, like, they don't realize I'm doing a bit, like even friends, because I think subconsciously they're so used to me doing like the little like at the end of every bit I do, that they're just like, oh, that was okay, he's done. No, that was funny, that was a joke, and then they'll react and it'll take like 3 times as long as normal. It's very interesting.
Also, hey Biff.
Hi.
Yeah, I was gonna say this whether or not Piff joined, but we're talking about little noises everyone makes, and what, like, that you notice when editing them, and you have to like cut out extra shit. And Piff also has a very distinctive one after he does a joke.
I do. I don't think I can replicate it because it's so background noise to myself.
Yeah, it's like, and then something will be like a joke. Like it's like a very quick. It's like a very quick, closed mouth hee almost.
I know what you mean. Yeah.
I am very self-conscious of it, but not in like a, oh, I really shouldn't be doing that. It's more just like, oh man, I wish I could control that. Oh well.
Yeah, that's just the nature.
That's
of
the one. There it
things.
is.
Jay does the exact same laugh at the end of every joke. Jay, I called him out on this because, like, obviously we were dating, so I noticed this. I was like, you fake laugh all the time, and you are fully unconsciously faking it all the time. And I know it because I can tell now when you start doing your auto laugh and then what the person actually says hits you and you switch to your real laugh, and I can fucking tell.
I know exactly what you mean. Holy shit, I've been fucking watching Reflection recently, and absolutely know exactly what you mean there. Fucking... I also just love little things that will specifically come up as a result of, like, the thing that you were editing as well. In Heart of Hope, I have a character who I am a fan of, and he is quite literally my poor little meow meow. I love him to pieces. He is a shitbag, and he is a cat boy. He is a cat boy with 4 arms, and I love him. I love playing him. And Iris was doing the first pass of the editing to, like, get rid of just most of the chaff so that I can, like, focus on the pacing and everything. And she just started being like, yeah, I can tell when you're playing that character because this starts appearing in the waveforms, and just sends me like 5 images in a row of the exact same waveform of me doing his shitty little giggle.
That's funny.
And now I can see it on, like, at a glance. I'll just be like, yep, there's a laugh when I'm playing that character.
That's so cool. Like, having a vocal cord for a character that you play is really nice.
No, it's a sign that you can get into that character, and I very much am able to just drop into that character pretty quickly because he is an energy I enjoy a lot, which is shitty cat boy.
Honestly, pretty unfamiliar with just shitty cat boys in general.
I don't know why, but I thought Piff was gonna go, honestly, pretty unfamiliar. Who is this guy, Jello?
Who's in the school?
That's Savvy. Oh.
Who's this guy drawing? What's he doing?
Phoenica.
Who is this guy? Oh, okay. I thought. Okay, but who's drawing Phoenica?
Anyway, I'm gonna read this other thing now. I don't have a bit. I don't have a bit. Sorry.
No problem.
Problem. Stream ends. Would it be a little too gauche of me to ask you to say, "You're right, Kyoko. This isn't a bowl of cereal. It's just a bowl of milkless air." I don't normally do voiced requests, but that one seems fine.
Mm-hmm.
That is too gauche. Thanks for the $50. I'm so mean. Phoenica, get some skin tone. Phoenica, spend some time outdoors. Phoenica, stop bathing in money. Phoenica.
This tune you're doing is just reminding me of a cigarette rests between her lips, and as I'm staring at her tits, it's the wrong way. Which I only know because of is it Dollop Days or is it fucking another streamer? I forget, but there was one who was just repeating that constantly at one point and it's stuck in my head forever.
I do not know that song.
I don't either. I only know it from her.
I'm almost done with my snack. One sec.
No.
Okay, I'll just talk like that for a minute.
No, finish up.
How quickly your tune changes.
Sure, I'll change up the tune. A cigarette rests between our lips.
What FPS do I want you to submit anime openings in? Okay, so I said no 60 FPS. If you look up on YouTube, like, if you can find an opening that's got, like, an official upload in a 60 FPS, you should be able to tell the difference at a glance. I mean, I think they're obvious. I guess some, like my parents, probably wouldn't be able to tell the difference. Most stuff is going to be 24 frames. If it's not labeled in any way, it's probably fine. You probably don't need to worry about it. 2 frames.
2 frames per second, please. There's a Marseille cosplayer who was doing 5 videos daily to that song, to the point where it became a meme. Yeah, no fucking kidding. Jesus. 5 videos a day?
That's crazy. I'm like looking at this drawing and seeing the way the skirt is going across her legs, and like it makes me like want to wear a little skirt, honestly. It looks comfy. It's like a lampshade. Lampshade for your waist.
Yeah, fuck it. And if you look under there, it ain't a light bulb. That's a bulb of some
Yay.
kind.
That was a good one.
Yay.
Thank you.
Woohoo! I'm funny.
It does work.
No
like,
mirth.
For real. Like
It does work.
It doesn't not work.
I started picking up the, like, you were having a good time. Oh. Yay!
Okay, yay.
Okay, yay. It's so funny.
Okay, yay fucks me up. I love it.
I'm gonna make her a little tanner. No one get mad, okay?
A little Tanner. She makes leather now?
A little Tanner, the youngest character on Full House. That's somehow one of the dumbest ones I've ever done.
I thought you were going to say, that is somehow the whitest thing I just said.
That's true too. Hang on, wait, Mike. Their name was Tanner, right? Like their family name was Tanner. I need to know now.
Remember.
Listen. It was. I got it.
The name was Little Tanner. I know what you're thinking.
I know what you're thinking.
I know what you're thinking.
Little Tanner? Now that's awesome.
Now that's awesome.
I know what you're thinking. God, that's so funny. Joey Pocket.
$299.
$299 MSRP. Accoutrements cable.
That video is so fucking funny, dude.
It's really good.
I still can't fucking believe its view count isn't higher.
Every time Piff sends it to me again, I'm like, this really is like a relic. Like, this is such a rare drop. What a great world I live in that Piff could show this to me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, back in the day, it didn't get much traction, but I was like, man, I really love this. And then, like, it disappeared. It got unlisted from YouTube for years.
3D Shine? That's awesome.
And this time, we can explore and defeat Ganon in HD. And this time, it's awesome.
It's so fucking bad. It's like such an incredibly bad review. I love it.
What people don't get is,
Yeah.
like, old reviews used to be like that. Like, weirdly, like, man, I love how HD this is.
I know.
Was
I
like
was
a thing
there.
people did for like the longest time.
HD accoutrements cable.
I got home and I plugged in my new HD jiggle cable.
Okay, savvy.
Sorry. Oh, my brain is the brain that I grew up with, I'm afraid. Oh.
Look at this idiot.
Look at this idiot having fucking neuron connections.
You should be a corpse, idiot, instead of having working neurons firing, dumbass.
Look at this dumbass firing his fucking neurons.
Why
Get
not?
him.
Oh, I did forget Feenie's socks. Oops. I literally don't know what Phoenica looks like. I remember one time, I think it was Spare. I was like, you know what's so funny? Is that I'm the epithet guy, but I will, to do quick bits, rather than like loading up my Phoenica drive, or my Molly drive, I have 3 Neo Trio external drives that all have a different sticker on them. And the Molly drive has like all of the shit on it, and it's like a terabyte of epithet shit. And I'm like, it's annoying to go get that. So if I'm ever doing a bit or I need a reference, I'll usually just Google it and grab a shitty PNG. And I think it was Spare was like, that fact makes me unfathomably angry. Like the idea that you have access to all the clean sprites and you don't use it. I did, when I was making a demo reel, I wanted to include Ben on it from Epithet Erased, and I didn't on hand have the clean rip, so I had to pirate my own show.
Whoa.
Holy fuck, man. What was I even gonna fucking say? That was something I was gonna fucking say and I don't remember anymore. Other than
Sorry.
accoutrement.
Jello. I didn't have it. Look, okay, this is the other thing. Those raw epithet files, the ones I have, are 32 gigs each. They are uncompressed MOV files for like a stream upload, like a streaming service. So putting that into my video editor on my old computer would have bricked it. And I was like, I can't do that.
You had to download it off Poob.
If only someone had it for me.
But ask not who Poob has it for.
Ask not, idiot. The Poob has it for thee.
Poob has it for thee.
That sucks.
I did get that one off Tumblr. I can't take credit for that one either.
Oh, you'll have to die.
I've just, I've noticed, I think on a number of occasions I've done that, and I'm like, damn, I really, I don't know I'm just a serial creditor. I'm so cool and based.
I'm so
Guys, you should
credit
praise
pilled.
me. I don't take credit for things that aren't mine. Can you give me $500,000 billion, please?
Say something unimpressive. Can we get 5 million likes? Is such a good joke. It gets me like every time.
Oh, do you know what fucks me up is any instance of like somebody being like, oh, well, would you do this for this, or like, oh, but if we do this, then X, and the exchange is always like framed as bad, but just not equivalent in any way. So it would be something like, oh, delete one anime forever, and on the list will be Jujutsu Kaisen. It's just like, oh, I wonder, right? For me. I love responding to that shit with, would you take a shit for $4 quadrillion? Would you take a shit for $72 quadrillion?
Steve, she may shit on him.
She may shit on him.
Sleeves, they're white. I'm doing other stuff. Leave me alone.
Would you want $1? Would you rather have $1 or $2?
If you press this button, you will die. But if you press this button, your hated enemy, will die. There are no tricks.
No tricks.
There are 2 buttons.
There are 2 buttons. I really thought I was like having a stroke for a second. I was like, am I missing something? Or is this the easiest final boss of all time? You have to hit the kill the enemy button. And if you hit the kill yourself button, you'll die.
Oh, fucking died Violet reminded me of the other version of would you take a shit for $4 billion. That fucks me up as well. Which is like the post that's like, would you eat an orange for $1 billion? If you don't have to eat the peel, someone else will peel the orange for you and break it up into segments. They will also feed it into your mouth and chew it for you if you need to. You also don't have to eat it if you don't feel like it.
You know what I love is on Tumblr, after they added Tumblr polls, that sort of like people will be like, can you guys tell me how like this word is pronounced? Settle a bet. And you're expecting it to be like a tomato thing. And then like all the options are the most insane shit that's like just wrong you've ever seen.
Yeah.
Like, okay, I remember one example. It was like, how do you guys pronounce ETC? Like period at the end of a list, like, you know, apples, oranges, etc period, and the options like etc, Etsy, ext, and like legit there were like 12 options. It's like some other thing, and then people always respond, it's like 98% some other thing, and then someone will use that Warrior Cats fan art that just says, you mean the fucking etc.
You mean the fucking etc.
Yes, I think Kitty Pet should be allowed to swear. That horrible beast. What if it wakes up? You mean the fucking car? It's so funny.
God, similar energy was the fucking that one Tumblr video that goes around every now and then of a screen recording of someone playing like one of the brain training 3D like DS games where you have to like write in the number on screen, and it's just like a solid minute of them trying to write the number 3 and the game
that's
not
Professor
registering
Layton.
it. Professor Layton, right? But they're writing the 3 from the bottom up. And it's just like, the video is very clearly framed as just like, look at this stupid game. It doesn't recognize this 3 very, like, which I'm very clearly writing. And everyone in the comments is just going, why do you write your 3s like that? Oh yeah, there was the Ludwig one recently as well, where Beethoven was not on the poll.
Beethoven! Oh, hang on, my thing. Chat's dead for
The
me.
dog?
Yeah.
You mean the fucking Beethoven? Let me see if I can find. Hang on. Cat's kitty pet. You mean the fucking car? Savvy, can you read for me as the warrior cat on the right here, real quick? Can you help me out
Sure.
here, and I'll be the other one.
I think this monster is asleep. We're safe for now.
You mean the fucking car?
Something about this really fucks me up. The sinister chuckler. Byakuya! Byakuya, are you the giggling shitter? Byakuya!
Dude, giggling shitter, and I need to shit for 6 hours.
I need to shit for 6 hours.
The way Aaron fucking did the read as well. Just interrupting. I need to shit for 6 hours. Fuck.
Are any of the other epithet characters furries? Probably Sylvie. He's literally neurodivergent into minors. You know, like a furry. I don't know what I'm talking about. I don't know what I'm saying.
I don't know what's been happening lately, but I've been occasionally dropping into kekekes for my laughs, and I don't know why.
Some days that's how it is. Oh, wrong.
I rarely know what you two are talking about.
God, it's nice to hear someone else use that. Piff, you know what I never get tired of about our friendship is when other people will be having a full-blown conversation and you, knowing I will hear you through the din, make a very quiet 3-word 5-second films reference, and then I like lock eyes with you across the room.
Yeah. It's good stuff.
Go ahead.
I wish I had a friend that would do that to me.
What? No, wait, what?
Jello's always so busy. He never has time for sidebars.
Never has time to throw in a 3-word 5-second film reference into a conversation.
Not like this. No. Pip is lying. That's what Pip is doing.
Yeah.
That does remind me though from the Homestar Runner reference, because you did that the stream of, all right guys, y'all are about to watch some fucking Homestar Runner so that you can understand the shit I'm saying. I intend to do that with Sparkle on Raven soon, because I fucking love Sparkle on Raven and people need to see it. It is so good.
Never heard of it. Is it like a TV show or?
Sparkle on Raven is a like parody of Fanime from back in the day, of like MS Paint drawn, poorly animated, like teenagers from a US high school who are huge weebs trying to make their own like anime, right? Similar to Nyan Neko Sugar Girls, but like not as abrasive. And
I'm unfamiliar with that too, but please go on.
I know that one.
yeah, similar idea. It's a fanime, except Sparkle on Raven is a lot more explicitly like upfront about like, yeah, we're doing this because we find it very charming and we wanted to like, you know, do something fun with it and take it semi-seriously. And it spawned from apparently a conversation like where literally one night they were just in a call talking. They were like, what if we made like a fanime? And then they were like, but what if we did make a fanime? And then the next day, within 24 hours, they had put together the first episode, I believe.
Whoa.
And it is just so charming, and it's very much like got a lot of shit where if you were like around in the watching Naruto in 3 parts on YouTube days, it is it is like targeted to you as an anime fan. It's and it's in the style of like a magical girl anime.
Lovey
I was a part of that era, surprisingly, where like YouTube was still like getting their act together, just like maybe we shouldn't have things that are fully copyright just everywhere on our platform. And they were still trying to get like time, like more video length. It used to be, I think, like 11 minutes as a strict cutoff. And then it was like,
yeah, that was
16
annoying.
minutes as a
15, and then I remember. I always forget actually that there was like. It took a while for videos to be as long as they are now.
Yeah, it was quite the jump, because I think it was just like, I think it jumped to 30, and then like almost at the same
10
time,
hours.
there was like, you can get even longer. Yeah.
But like, it is just a series I am so phenomenally in love with, because you could tell throughout all of it that it is made like with love and enthusiasm, and just like every instance of just like, wouldn't this be a stupid fucking joke, and just being like, yeah, sure, put in lesbian Roronoa Zoro as a character and shit like that.
God, would we be so lucky?
Could you explain a little bit what a fanime is? Is it like full animation? Is it like a thing that kind of takes from already in a pre-existing like anime series? And
it's so it wants to be fully animated, but it is fanime is something that was made by 13-year-olds on MS Paint with like Flash, and they have amateurish at best art skills and are doing their best to make it look like anime, and will often like trace stuff directly, or more often just make bad art, but they will put their whole pussy into it, and it will be like all completely genuine, just them trying to do it. But the animation will be like not real animation. That is like the idea of a fanimation. It's preteens doing their best is what it is.
I see.
So, you know, you could get a very good idea of it if you watched Sparkle on Raven. You could go do that.
I see.
Piff taking notes.
Oh, and also there is like direct there's very, very clearly people on the project who are fans of Homestar Runner as well, because one of the characters, who is a cool guy with a katana called Slash, shows up, and his voice is literally like the Gregs from Teen Girl Squad, verbatim. Is it like those Disney character mashups?
No,
Not at all. But I know
No.
what you're talking about. They're so funny.
I love Animash.
Rube enlightened me to them, and I'm so glad he did. They are like genuinely so fun.
Just yapping about boys. Boys, 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 boys.
I also like boys.
Look, I love this kind of character.
It's fun. Yeah, Ruck, that's the Animash. That's what we were talking about. These sloppily edited together crossovers of like Disney and DreamWorks. They're fucking phenomenal. I can't remember which one it is, but there's one where it just like keeps fucking blindsiding you with new crossovers being added into the mix. And it's so fucking great. It's like at one point it's like the fucking Prince of Egypt just shows up and starts having like sexual tension with the fucking prince from Beauty and the Beast. What was the deal with the one Elsa and Jack Frost ship? Literally ice. So they... Ice. So they would be... They'd like each other. That was it.
Legend of the Guardians was an okay movie.
Sure was. It was just okay. I don't remember much about it. I remember it was okay.
It's okay. Boys, boys, boys,
Jack
boys,
Frost was
boys.
its most lasting legacy. I'm such a fan of 2000s fucking like images of like anime girls, but in like 2000s scene kid outfits and like glitter gifs all over them. That aesthetic is such an energy.
Like blingy shit.
Yeah, blingy shit, but it will be like Asuka in like fucking ripped jeans and like a frilly shirt or something.
You know what that makes me think of? Like that aesthetic? Not with anime girls, but with like Goku. That reads as distinctly and authentically Mexican to me. Because if you've ever been to like a taqueria, like that's actually near the border, like I don't know, obviously no people are a monolith, but like Mexicans around my age fucking love Dragon Ball, and you will go to a hole in the wall taqueria and they will have a cardboard cutout of Goku wearing like the corn sweater or whatever.
It's good shit. I love that shit.
I'm gonna see if chat knows what I'm talking about or I'm talking out of my ass. We'll see. That is true. At least one person. Yeah, giant Goku mural.
I remember seeing a post where somebody was basically like explaining why that was the case, and it was basically to do with the fact that like most people did not like have the money or the means to get like major cable television, and Dragon Ball was like the one anime or like Japanese
Gotcha.
program that was on their public television, I believe.
Huh, okay. That makes sense. This is hard to draw this small with this brush.
It was apparently, according to chat, it was also one of the only anime that got dubbed over there as well.
I mean,
Which
like,
tracks.
like today, I don't think Dragon Ball is very fun to watch, but like as a kid, it being one of the first anime I saw, coming from like the West, where we don't have a lot of ongoing plots even in our shows, I thought it was literally the coolest shit that could ever exist. I was like,
I
really
remember
into-
getting my mind blown by it. Yeah.
Yeah, when I was like, I don't know, 9, I thought Dragon Ball was the coolest shit.
I still remember watching the Freezer arc for the first time and just being like, holy fuck.
And never
you know?
seeing the end of it.
Yeah.
Phoenica bisexual awakening. Phoenica's bi. She already knows she's bi. I'm pretty sure Clover is like amusingly het though, so I'm gonna just have her saying boys again, and Phoenica's gonna be cut off because I think it's funny. Girls, boys.
Boys, 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 boys.
Yeah.
Oh boy, girls! Boys! What about them? Nothing. I just like saying the word. Boys.
We're cool. No, you're not.
No, you're not.
Me fucking popping a vein in my skull, not trying to not sing Tenerent's Love again, because it just always happens.
Let's do boys.
This is a piece of paper.
This is a piece of pizza. Ah, strong bad? Were you just first basing it with that piece of loose leaf? We'll never know. I rarely know what you two are talking about. What is this song from? Ah, Shulk and Fiora. It's Xenoblade. I've never Xeno'd a Blade. I don't know what they're about. I saw Plaster play a little of one. I don't know. Kind of like it popping out of the word balloon a little bit. Oh, this is cute.
This really is. Squished.
Squished. Nothing hit me harder than, uh-oh, we got a spinner. Corn chips are no place for a mighty warrior.
God, that fucked me up when I was a teenager.
That whole
Corn
episode
chips are
really
no place for the
destroyed me.
mighty warrior.
Oh, hello, the ugly one. Looking very mighty outy tonight.
Left.
Oh, I hope they have those corn. I can do like a much better one, but it takes more volume, and I don't want to be a terrible neighbor. So, I hope they have those corn chips in heaven. Coach says the Olympics are canceled. Oh no, we can't come. We have the Olympics tonight. I don't know what they're talking about, I swear. God, that whole scene is kind of perfect. Just it's corn and corn alone. Just time to eat, no food. Eating lunches for weirdos. Hey, gals, it's corn and corn alone day. Corn is no place for a mighty warrior. Like, every line is iconic.
God. Oh, fuck.
God.
Tides.
I don't, as an unapologetic Lorelei glazer, I request you draw more Lorelei. Is this a new Gen Z term I don't know? Glazing?
Glazing is like bigging someone up.
Okay.
I know that phrase differently, but, you know.
Looks at you. What do you mean, Savvy? You usually mean something like, I know what you mean when you start talking like that. What do you mean?
We
Why are you calling me out, Jello?
I need to shit for 6 hours.
I need to make a bomb.
I need to make a bomb. That's not what I meant. I know that's not what you meant. That's why I clarified it for the definition I knew that you meant. Okay?
I'm gonna type something to you.
Meanwhile, while they're doing whatever that is, chat, what is your favorite philosopher? Who's your little meow meow for philosophy?
And you can just tell me yes or no. Yeah, alright.
Yeah.
Cool. Good. Got it in one.
It's not hard to draw the conclusion.
I know I'm smart. Shut up.
You're smart. Look at this fucking idiot connecting his neurons.
No, it can't be.
Play-Doh, alright.
Play-Doh? That's not a philosopher, that's clay.
Shut up. This fucking
Near
guy.
Automata. Ooh. You know what? I'll be the negative one here. I didn't care much for Nier Automata's story.
And on that, I'm gonna go. I've just realized
I've
the
done
time.
something horribly wrong. I'm very sorry.
Good night, Savvy. I understand. I'm so sorry. Piff. Piff. What have you done?
0.
Why? I can't believe this.
I can't believe this.
This is unbelievable. I can't believe it.
Oh my god, I can't believe it.
Oh my god, he really is Tuxedo Mask. I can't believe it. One of my low-key favorite moments in the Danganronpa playthrough is one of Chula characters gets this stupid line that I guess the translator just gave up on, which is just, you're so cold. You're like a piece of rock candy. And we were like, what? And I was like, and, you know, Chula did her best to read it sincerely. And I was like, Chula, can I get that again, but a little more Linda Ballantyne, Sailor Moon's voice actors? How are you so cold? You are like a piece of rock candy. I was like, there, that's way better.
Perfect.
Now it's great.
It does not work as a line said like a person.
You need to say it like, what? Darian!
How you're doing the music video? No. The opening? The oh. Whatever that is.
What do I think of agar, like the fish? Like the jelly? Or jelly, I don't know what that is.
Some kind of food.
Yeah, it's some kind of food.
The jelly-like, algae?
I don't really have any thoughts. I gotta be honest. That one doesn't clock for me. Doesn't register.
Huh. So is this like a kind of practice, or is this like for a bigger project?
No, I'm just doodling.
Okay.
This is sometimes they're in chat. There's an artist named Flack Ops who does this webcomic, and Phoenica is a very similar character to this girl. There's kind of a main trio. This blonde girl is not very much like Molly, but there is a girl who's a bit like, pretty considerably like Trixie, and then another girl who is this one who is a lot like Phoenica, and I really love her. I also like skunk characters. I'm with Chula on that one. I'm on the skunk girl train, and both of them are boy crazy.
Cool.
Yeah, I think this is pretty much done. I could, shade and stuff, but I don't fucking want to. It's true, LeFou. I'm sorry. Also, I think I just deleted that reference. Yeah, I guess I did.
Huh. I didn't know you could do that.
Whoa. I was an incel edgelord kid. I got into your stuff, and ripping off your jokes made me popular with cool queer D&D kids and made me friends. Thanks. That's great, honestly. I'm glad you became a better person.
Yeah.
Skunk Girl Mine. It's because I talked about this in horror game where you're in a submarine. The Iron Lung stream.
Oh.
Because I was like really bored during that game, so people were just giving me it's kind of a
Fair.
walking simmy game, and people were like, what kind of furry girl are you into? And I was like, I just like the ones that have a big poofy tail.
Yeah.
Also, I don't know if this is accurate to Bleating Heart, which is the comic this is. I don't think the characters are actually supposed to be animals. I think Flack Ops likes drawing people not as humans, but like they kind of, it's sort of Night in the Woods, where they kind of are implied to actually just be people, and it's just like the style. Like no one in Night in the Woods is like, that guy is an alligator, really.
Oh, okay.
I think. Don't quote me on that. But I feel like Thea has also mentioned that she's like, yeah, I have a like body dysphoria, and she draws herself as like basically like a little cotton candy headed person. And I think she draws animal characters for the same reason. It's just like you don't have to deal with the human stuff.
Fair. I don't think this is even close to comparable, but I love like what are the, I guess like castle dresses that look like castles.
I'm not sure I know what you mean.
It is a uncommon situation that will come up, but sometimes some people will just be like, what if I what is that thing called? Things that people usually do, like human Pokemon. God, what is that thing called?
Gajinka?
That's the one. Kajinka like buildings.
Huh. Okay. I can't think of one offhand that I've seen, but sounds like it could be cool.
Castle like the chess piece? No, like a building. Like
Castle's a move, not a chess piece. Idiot. Oh, actually, that would look really cool. Hang on.
What are those en passants? Stupid.
What are you, an idiot?
What's an en passant?
I don't know. I don't know, just the Game Grumps. It happens in Game Grumps sometimes.
Oh, okay.
Could you two stop talking during the movie? It's very, very rude. Very disrespectful.
Who's that guy?
Gut reaction? That's President Lincoln. We want to make sure he enjoys the show.
No, the person in the movie.
That's also President Lincoln.
Oh. I hope he lives.
So stupid. I don't know what we're doing.
We're watching a movie, Jello. Keep up. You know, I've probably briefly talked about UFO 50 a few times, just like yeah, I've been really liking it. It's really been nice.
Maybe like a little bit, yeah.
I just have to say, this is the first game that I've ever played that just straight up 4D chessed me.
Oh, cool.
I had.
I was gonna say, now you know what it feels like when we're playing everyone is John in Skyrim, and you tricked me into asking the question.
That was an amazing thing that I was just like, what would be a fun prompt to throw in? This would be fun.
Can't fucking believe you. The audacity of this guy. I like it flat.
For UFO 50, what happened was, you know how I play video games? I like completing them. I like kind of digging in and seeing like how it ticks and so on and so forth. So I played UFO 50 because I was playing a whole bunch of long games. I need shorter things. And I like played 50 games in a row, which is a lot of games. And I was like, wow, that was actually like really fun. And then there's a 51st game. What? And I won't super get into that, but basically it is an extra game that puts the entirety of the rest of the game in a different like frame of reference. Yeah,
that's cool.
Yeah, UFO 50 is like excellently constructed on pretty much every level. It's so nice.
Yippee.
And I played it, and then it basically like sort of minorly referenced another thing, and I looked into the other thing, and it was a fucking philosophy book. The Grasshopper, I think it's like Games, Life, and Utopia, I think is its subtitle. And it is a bit of a fascinating read. I only got to, I think about the start of chapter 8. It's not a long book, I just take a while to read. But I started going through that, I'm like, oh, this is why, like, this is a thing, and this is a thing, and this is a thing. And then I realized that, oh shit, the thing that, like, the reason why it was even put into the game, I kind of fit into that exact slot, like, to a T. The things that I did in the game, they've basically predicted me doing. And usually games, like, suck at doing that, where they're just like, don't you feel bad for killing this person?
Man,
and you're
when
like,
that-
no, because there's no other option to do that. And if there was another option, I wouldn't. So no, I wouldn't feel bad about killing
it's
them
okay.
or not.
You can say Last of Us.
There's so many games.
There are. Yeah, no, it's really annoying. You're it.
Speaking of not liking Nier Automata, that's another one that has that in there.
Yeah.
So this one basically hands off just went, hey, play the game however you want, and then basically at the end of it pointed at me specifically and went, you did exactly this. And I went, oh fuck, I did.
That's really funny. That's cool.
And what's great about it, you never had to, like, it's not a thing just at the end of the game. You can do that at any time.
Yippee. All right. The music ended, which is perfect. This drawing's pretty much done. So, I'm gonna wrap there. Thanks for watch.
Yay.
Good night, everybody. Bye.
Bah.